Yeah, just continue to roll, please. We are a bit behind schedule, aren't we? Reasonably. Almost on time, as I used to say in the good old days. Almost on time. You actually loading? Yes, you are. I'll give you a few seconds while I prepare everything else. And you. Now, while I wait for this to finish, I shall consume the coffee. What's that? Something I don't need to do. It needs to get awake. It needs to be awake indeed. Now, let's see if you actually don't like you are supposed to do. Yes, you are. Now then, what that means is that we can probably switch around. We need to go like this. And, well. Then I guess it is a very good time. Oh, the journal doesn't help me. To take a look at where we were. I was just reading a bit about the quests here. Give me a second while I take a good swig of, well, pure poison. Yep. Sweet is the most dangerous taste of poison you can have, I suppose. Now, last time we were getting involved a bit more with the White Marches, or rather specifically with the most dangerous aspects of the White Marches, namely all of the nonsense Eyeless. We had a first confrontation with them. They did a bit of a good old-fashioned "it's hammer time" on you, quite literally, sending two people who have quite literally, you know, bloody fucking sledgehammers as hands, which then proceeded to use said sledgehammers on us in a most unpleasing fashion. And pretty much what is happening here is, what is going to happen here is precisely what has happened to us. This hammer is going to hit that shield, pulverizing the shield, the arm, and most likely most of the person behind it. Now, we're of course not such a little bitch that we don't come back from that, but it was a rather unpleasing fight. We also learned a bit more about what is going on by our friendly neighborhood, well, watcher, a Red Saren in this case, suffering a bit from, you know, his own perfect plausible brand of visions that have guarded him down here, and made him very, very unpleasant to deal with. Now, we also kinda got attacked by an assassin when we were back in town, who kinda wanted to steal the phylactery of, you know, a dead guy that we have already dealt with. A bit of a pain in the ass, that. So now we kinda want to find out that, which is something I'm going to try. And we also learned that some of the delegation that Saul was sent to the Red Saren's camp was actually undermined by a specific brand of, well, let's say very special. Yeah, very, very special actually. A sort of religious cult. This religious cult is based in the Abbey of the Full Moon, as you might remember from, well, talking about it. One of my little companions, the well, I want to say orcish, but yeah, okay, that's not. Basically my companion, my little Maniha, my berserker, is also looking for Saturday to get rid of their awakened memory. So there's that. So our two goals for today are A, travel to the south of Stalwart, find that area that hopefully contains answers to where we get such an unfriendly messenger, as in an assassin. And secondly, we're going to try and get through the Abbey of the Full Moon. It's probably going to be a horrible thing, full of monsters and fighting, and I'm not looking forward to it, but you know what it is. Can't really change that.
Andres Tides, Durance, you crack me up. There's no joke to be had, Amawa. Only the observations of a humble missionary.
Oh, tell me the one about Margaret again. I love that joke.
Simply because I have business with that whore does not mean I care to discuss it.
How do you make your face get so red?
Well, years of practice. Well then, let's actually take a look. It's probably, yeah, it is indeed in the normal area. Let's see here, 1 day, 2 hours. Okay, before we do this, and because this is a lot of travel time, let's actually look at my castle and see if there's anything I need to deal with. I quite frankly don't think there is right now. No, everything seems to be as completed as it ever was, which is rather pleasing to my eyes. That Crucible Knight is really, really worth a lot of prestige. Miscellaneous gifts +7, Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, as I said before, first we're going to go to the back into the day. I would actually check out if the Movgrik Ian Bog is giving me answers. We're gonna find out. Oh well, if it is another area that for some bloody reason holds a dragon that is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. If not, well, truly good, and we shall be on our way and on our journey. If on the other hand it is, then it's going to end up on my list. Release. And then okay, so I can actually, yeah, not a fan of the old slavery thing. I've reached the boggy expanse of wilderness and much as I discuss memory. It is a desolate place and hardly seems like the site for an outpost. Well, I will absolutely agree. It looks like a lot of things, just not a good place for an outpost, mostly because your outpost would quite literally sink into the bog. There's a friendly will-o-wisp. It's interesting. Just between the stones, real out of space, lined with bird's nest.
Blazing cart. What am I supposed to do now?
Nothing. Quite literally nothing. That is not savable. I'm sorry to say, little one, but that is not fucking savable. Damn him dead. She turns toward you and promptly jumps in surprise. Blazes, where'd you come from? Haven't seen another soul on the road for a day at least. Not much of a road. You're telling me we were following the lambs. It hurt, but one wrong push and the cart goes headlong into the muck. Yes. All I need is for Benno to come stomping right on back. Well, I know what it is. Last thing I need is damn tantrums. What happened with Benno? What didn't happen? He's a spiteful crap most days, but out here, he's been downright intolerable. He got real sour-faced when the car tripped over, set the storm off in half. Now I'm stuck here waiting for him. Word of advice, if you find yourself in the trading business, keep it in the family. I guess I noted. Even if they tick you off, you aren't near as tempted to kick them in the head. Mostly. Can I see what you have for sale? Oh, sure, might as well lighten it out. I'll try and get the worst of the muck off. Let's see what you have. Do you have any idea where he went? And tramping off to the south. I hope he's alright. There's no place to go wandering. This is a fucking bog. A swampy shithole. This is the last area you are supposed to get fucking wandering in. Mostly. Honestly, I would probably fucking advise against it. Mostly because you're probably going to get, I don't know, some variant of AIDS. Probably from the animals here. And I quite literally mean that you will get some sort of fucking AIDS from this. I mean, quite literally, look at this. This is gonna give you fucking cancer.
Blood makes the
Blood makes things go round in this very, very, very easy to understand case. Oop. You come down here. But so far, I mean, yeah, as I said, you will probably get some sort of, well, at least some special, very, very special hepatitis down here. I can absolutely see this.
Indeed.
Basically speaking, this is the sort of area you should avoid. Quite literally like the plague, because yeah, this is probably going to, well, contain the plague, actually. Right now, be smart, don't run around the fucking bog. Unprotected, unguarded, and just because you're fucking angry. There are better areas to throw a fucking tantrum. More safer, at least. Tubes of gas ejected by these vents have a strong, accurate odor. Yes. I'm probably not going to smell.
Hey, you! I need help!
Let's save the game because it looks like a horrible trap. This man is half obscured by the riot of lights and sigils emerging from the mud around him. He brings up an arm to shield his eyes, peering out at you. Are you one of them? You don't look like some mad bug cultist. He looks behind you, searching. I'll take that as a compliment? No. Are you trapped? Are you Benno? Let's go at the most important route. But yeah, it's me. How did... Wait, the Turla sent you. Ha! I knew she couldn't be entirely useless. Look, help me out. I've been stuck here for ages. These things, some kind of wall. It's got to be some kind of spell, right? I don't know the first thing about magic. Presses the palms against what seems to be thin air to demonstrate. Let me ask you something. What? What do you want to know? I'm stuck. Captive audience for your questions, I guess. Good. Do you feel any strange effects? No. Well, there's this whispering, I guess. I thought it was just more of those wizard types. Have a look around. Old problem of mine, I'm not entirely heartless. I don't really intend to just let him sit and rot there for eternity. Then again, you know, if I have to give up some horrible fucking nonsense wizards of the fucking swamp, I might be tempted to now. Okay, I can't attack with that book. Which probably means that my answer, or rather the answer, lies elsewhere. He's using my most beloved trick. Which is, as I would like to call it, a bit of a nuisance. Nuisance indeed. Ah, mages. They are, for all it's worth, still very, very much dangerous.
Of course.
Mostly because of their damage potential. Not much more, but, you know, damage potential is. one of the most important aspects, of course. Ah, that's it. At least this time we haven't yet found ourselves getting hammered into the bloody fucking ground. So I guess there is something to, you know, take on a very positive level. Because, you know, I do like myself not getting hammered into the ground for no bloody good reason. That's kind of pleasing. Kind of pleasing indeed. Now then, just to make sure that we do not get hammered. That is indeed a very nasty spell. I mean, to be fair, that's one we already know. It's a classical mage spell. You don't really want to necessarily get hit by that, mind you. Mostly because it hurts like a bitch for a reason. Now then, let's actually give you a bit of the good old-fashioned knife in the back, or in this case in the front, I guess, treatment. Works like a charm, as I have been told in the poor old past. Actually, that reminds me, before I forget it, do excuse me a second while I'm running around like an idiot. Because, you know, sometimes I forget things. Some bloody odd reason. It has been a bit more of a problem this week than it has been usually, which, you know, I mean, it does happen. Not the most pleasing thing in the world.
I shall.
Not the most pleasing thing in the world, indeed. Yeah. Hey, at least we cannot complain that we haven't any opportunity to, you know, visit very diverse biomes. We have one of the opportunities in the world to do so, apparently. To our liking or not, basically. As I may very clearly speak here, I wouldn't want to visit an area like this. It would be very fair view. Ash won't change like a pain in the ass. Okay, so first things first. This is going to fastly turn into a pain in the ass, isn't it? No. Okay. I kind of underestimated this fight, I will admit that much. Very much to my personal displeasure. But, well, you can't change it, you will just have to take it, I suppose. Nice little example of, you know, mistakes were made. Now, could you stop being, you know... Oh, they can turn into Stelgas. That is not nice. That is the very definition of not nice. Because that is actually one hell of a spell. I know. Is it actually a Stelgar? I mean, it kinda looks like my Stelgar transformation. Now it is with the whole kinda, maybe, potentially. It's not the most accurate of statements, let's just say. Now, it's time to murder more things. But still, and I will say this very positively, we have not yet get hammer time to pelt, which is somewhat pleasing. Those bloody fucking Eyeless, as they are called. Not the most pleasing of, you know, creatures to encounter. You heal yourself a bit. Heroes actually for once gets screwed over. That is rare. And I really do mean this. I mean, he is really not the sort of creature who gets, you know, fucked all that often. Mostly because he's actually not weak. I mean, as far as you know, casters go, druids are actually relatively tough, even in, I mean, at one point we are probably going to play Neverwinter Nights 2. Which has actually a very nice example of, you know, oh my laptop, of just how annoyingly dangerous druids can be. Actually kind of fun to play one, because you get the whole talk of animals thing, which you can make use of in some cases. Then again, you know, I'm not really too pleased by the idea of playing Neverwinter Nights 2. Don't get me wrong, it's a good game, but that last boss fight against the, what was it called? It was a totally edgy name. Lord, yes. Oh yeah. The Shadow Lord. Yes, I know, it's edgy as fuck. I thought so back then, and I still think so. It's, I bet too much on the edgy side for my personal taste, but you know. That fight is such a nuisance. Fuck's sake. Really takes the fun out of things, let me tell ya. And, well, there we have the very main reason why I have not actually played nearly as much of Neverwinter Nights 2 than of Neverwinter Nights 1. Neverwinter Nights 9, especially the DLC stories of, what was it called? The Tides of Unrest Tide, and the other one was, oh shit, me and my naming the memory. I should not start it because now I'm feeling bad, but basically the Neverwinter Nights campaign comes in two variants. There is the original campaign, which is basically it starts basically with the sort of, there's a mysterious plague that's plaguing the city of Neverwinter, and horrible things going on, and well, you basically start in the Hero Academy because, well, you kind of wanna make it somewhere, and well, that's basically, you know, free food, free trading, and chance to become something. And that campaign ends, of course. I'm not going to spoil it in case you haven't played it, because not everybody has. But yeah, after that, you basically not continue but start new, basically a whole new adventure, where you get trained by a retired adventurer, and then of course horribleness starts happening, and you get involved into the big mystery, and things happening, and yada yada yada. You know, the usual. That's just one of the more usual stories of contrived reasoning that brings your hero up to into the story, where he has no choice, but he has to, you know, do shit. Just the usual. Usual is very much pleasing here. And don't get me wrong, I'm saying it's contrived, but it's just because every sort of such circumstances is a very much contrived reasoning behind it. It's not even trying to be anything else, you know. It's your excuse for why your character gets involved, nothing else. Those come in better and worse variants, and in this case it's one of the better, quote-unquote, variants, because, you know, it's not actually a completely idiotic, but still. And that actually is a two-parter, because that actually means that your character that you will train up there actually goes all the way through the story into the second one, which actually takes you to cool places that are very rarely seen in more modern games. For example, the Underdark. Really, really fucking cool, let me tell ya. I really enjoyed that one. I remember that. Quite often underestimated, let me tell you that much. And oh boy, I really don't know. I mean, I get it's hard, I get that much, but still, you know, I really would like that particular sort of area would be taken a bit more into account. I mean, there's also, of course, you know, basically they can write a nice little traveling letter going like, Yes, hot elves here. They just didn't mention the fact that those elves are absolutely into you now. The more, I'm going to torture you to death now. Kinky kind of play. Because, you know, the drow are. Yes, they are a bit kinky. Just a little bit. They do enjoy themselves all so much with that. Mind you, nothing against a bit of kinky play, but you can overdo pretty much everything, and they are the ones who really drove that home. It's also rather interesting because it's actually a female-led society, which leads to all hell of kind of nonsense little fun that you can have if you come along with a party of mostly male players. Let's just say it. You're in for a fun time. It's putting it mildly. But yeah, lots of cool fun to be had. I can tell you as much. Do I want you as... You know what? Yes, I want you to be back here. I think it's time for a nice little healing spell. That should work wonders. Also my idea goes. Can't really pull him yet. Now you go in there. But yeah. At some point, that's actually... Well, I mean, this you could say part of my problem. I have many a great game that I would like to play still. And I haven't even started yet. My main problem is that I most likely have not enough time in the whole wide world to actually play all the little games I want to play. Which is actually a good sign, because that shows off just how many great games there are. And let me put it like this, we are going to have a lot of fun still. Like for example Pillars of Eternity here. This one is really fun in its own little ways. And well, things are going to go well. Also, in case you have missed the start,
Of course.
I hate box.
Of course.
The whole idea of a fucking swamp like this. It's totally an area. I mean, I get it, okay? It is somewhat fertile ground. But other than, you know, a very specialized sort of farming, you wouldn't go into an area like this. You would avoid it like the plague. If you're a traveling merchant with a cart, and you would avoid this area. I can tell you why. You get fucking stuck in the mud. And when we go back to the card, I will actually zoom in and showcase you even more. I found a note on the corpse of wizard describing some of the symbols around the visual circle. Perhaps this will help me get him out of the trap. Yeah, or it will murder him, because playing around with magic that you don't understand tends to murder people. Speaking on games I would like to play, there's also one that is actually also set up to be played relatively soonish. That is the KOTOR series. The original KOTOR series. Now I have heard talks, well, not I personally, but the tech boy, being the little modern kid he is, looking all over the place for, you know, his latest gaming news and stuff, I don't know. Trying to make it sound bad here, but, you know, he's just interested in his hobbies, I guess. Has actually heard through his, wherever it leads, grapevine, that there's actually plans to remake, remaster, something like this, the game, and apparently there's also a bit of a contrived conversation about the people involved in that project. Honestly, let me give you the best potential point you can have at this, for this sort of situation. If you hear that something like this is going to happen, and it's a game that you might be interested in, you know, it can happen. Maybe you're not feeling too comfortable about, you know, whoever's involved in that project. Get the original as long as you can. Because I know from experience that companies can be a bit of asshole-ish. Just a little bit. And some companies will just, you know, take the original down and out of the stores if they make a remaster and it gets out. Mostly, you know, to push sales of the new one, obviously. Get the old one. Usually the old ones in the store don't cost much, and if you get them on a platform like Steam, they usually at least run still, which is very good. In the case of KOTOR, honestly, my advice, get it. The first one in particular is nice and nice story, basically. It has a nice Star Wars twist for, well, as far as Star Wars is concerned, there's a good twist at least, I think. The second one rushed far too much. It has many things missing from it, and it's not, it's not the most fun you can have. There is, however, a fan-made restoration patch. The last time I played it, which was a few years ago, it was already pretty damn good, and they were still going. I think actually when I started streaming, so a year or so ago, actually taking a look at the game again, and they have made some more upgrades. So there's that. Some really pleasing upgrades, mind you. Could you please, I don't even know. I think this is actually at this point finished, I hope at least, and that really helps quite a bit with the stuff that's going on.
I shall.
Then again, it's basically more if you like the first KOTOR, you're gonna like the second one, and well, I mean, I will say this, you would probably like it a lot more if it weren't so bloody fucking... Also a nice example when people are like, well, gaming and the industry has gone to shit nowadays. No. Even back then the industry was pretty damn shitty in cases. With rushed scheduling and all of the nastiness you can imagine. You can quite literally say that that has never ever changed. And well, to be fair, that is kind of saddening, but that's just how it is, basically. You kind of have to get used to it. Is basically how it is. I know, not the most pleasing of, things, but at least it's a realistic thing. It is a very nice example to make sure people actually understand the whole fucking point. Because people really have a misunderstanding. I mean, even at the most classic games, or some of the more classic games that I have played here, like Gothic 1 and Gothic 2. Gothic 1 without some of its patches is bloody fucking unplayable because it's full of breaking bugs. And the times you as a company will do your very best to avoid any such nonsense, yes, sure. But let me be very realistic with you. You are probably going to miss some shit. Not even out of, spite, or because you think that your people, your fans, are going to very well can serve as your fucking beta testers for free. That's not even necessarily what they were thinking. Just kinda, it does happen. Mistakes were made. That's what I say. Where is more? Because we need more electricity here. I can tell you as much. You're really eating some very nasty damage here. I don't find this in particular too pleasing. But that's because of this nonsense. And we're stunned. That is indeed not a good way to make a fight. Such a legend. It would be nice if we had any problems with that, mind you. We don't. This down here, however, takes very much a turn for the bad. The fact that we are, you know, a bit out of it, that's actually going to fuck me up. No stunned effect. It really nicely showcases just how bloody dangerous a stun effect is, mind you. Yeah, no, I think we actually have to redo this fight because this is not going to go well. Even though, well, at least my little barbarian is keeping fighting very hard, but I don't have anyone to get my people back up again. There's that. No, slightest of problems. Yeah. This combat is most clearly lost. You cannot win what you cannot win. Yeah. Phew. It's basically just the enemy using my very most preferred spells, but then again I also kinda did, you know, avoid using stuff like my more deadly spells, like the tentacles and stuff to, you know, create more blockage. Which is of course something you should always kinda aim for, but you know, once you are in a situation where you are fucked, the chances are you will not be able to just unfuck that. That's actually the interesting thing about it. And it's a fucking nice thing. See, this is basically how I imagine the developer, when they come up with difficulty settings, intended to be. It's supposed to be somewhat challenging, so if you're, you know, taking too light, you're gonna get forked. And on the other side of the argument, when you actually, you know, diligently level up and stuff, you actually do get powerful enough that you can beat everything with relative ease. Excuse me. Because that makes sense. That is how it's supposed to be. What do we have here? These sinking walls are coated in grime and vegetation. Age and muck have pried the stones apart. Thick vines are coiled all about the lower section of the wall, bristling with thorns. But there is a section just here where the vines are less dense. Climb down. The climb starts well enough, but a short way down, a slick stone fouls Manea's grip, sending them plummeting to the ground. With a sharp cry, Manea lands in an ungainly heap atop a mass of thorny brambles. Ouchie! You find yourself before a large, rounded chamber, flooded with water. It's like, ouchie! I fell. I hurt my dainty little feet, seas, and other things. Okay, that was surprising.
Hey.
I was not fucking expecting this. I should have expected this. I have not expected this. This is my mistake. I will admit as much. Okay, first things first. Let's see if we can make them fall. Scream all barbaric-like. Try to stop him from doing shit and attack it. Now then, you push that through, you use your little spell, and be as dangerous as you can, basically. See, this is what I mean. They are somewhat dangerous because they do have ability to stun, but since we are technically very high level, it's not really that easy to stun us anymore. Which I personally find rather pleasing. The bricks around these bars have crumbled away over the centuries, forming sizable gaps. A considerable drop awaits on the other side. The area below appears to be clear. Okay, game. Isn't this just going to lead me back, though? You hoist yourself up onto the ledge. The stones wobble underfoot, but hold. If barely, and you make your way past the bars and out. It's just going to lead me back, isn't it? The game is like, wow, such fancy, such ways. You're sitting there like, okay. You say so, game. Also, it's a friendly will-o-wisp. Still a friendly will-o-wisp. I don't kind of want to attack it. I don't really feel the need to attack it, honestly. Part of my policy, basically. I mean, I get it, you know, the whole idea of, you know, your typical adventurous parties is basically that you are a sort of advanced murder hobo, basically. In that you will try to murder every last bloody thing that exists in the world, because, well, it is basically a bunch of XP waiting to be harvested. Which is a very, very nice way to saying it. I did hear stories about, you know, some poor little dungeon masters of campaigns getting really, really agitated because their poor little NPCs are getting treated worse than shit, basically, for no other reason than, you know. Like, you know. It's basically an XP pack, isn't it? Yes, it is, but do you have to say it like this, you know? You don't have to be an asshole about it, is the basic consensus I would like to make here. Very true statement, that. Especially if you damn well should be aware that somebody has to lovingly craft all of it. Then it is really not a nice thing to, you know. Just murder them like that. Honestly, the higher level priest spells are all very nice and very dandy, but they're mostly, that's actually what I kinda, you know, keep in mind, full on supportive, basically. Which is nice and dandy, mind you, but not really my overly preferred cup of tea. Murder it. Yes, please, murder it very much. I do love that it, you know, just draws a fucking fire line behind it. It should. It's a fucking fire stack, yes. The fact that it does is most pleasing to my eyes. I can tell you that much. Is it actually damaging? Yes, is it damaging my companions, isn't it? Of course it is. I mean, to be fair, it's a very fair argument. It's fire on the ground. Fire doesn't care about your allegiance. Fire's just like, I'm burning. Fire doesn't give two shits, basically, about, you know, if it's caused by a fucking party spill or not. Oh, great. But he's alone, so that is not as much of a problem. Honestly, I think most enemies, if they would occur in just ones or twos, could be beaten with relative ease. Take, for example, that fucking snow dragon in that fucking cave. The main problem I have with him as a fight, as an encounter, is not necessarily him himself. He has dangerous attacks and he can do some horrible things to you. But if he were alone, I could probably deal with him. I say probably. Can't really try, of course, but I'm assuming I could mostly deal with him. It is the fact that he starts out with a big entourage of people. Well, creatures. not necessarily people. And he summons even more of the annoying variant. Because you see, the most basic bitch plan you can have is basically form the most obvious combat line with your tanks in front, your middle line going all I'm going to be hit and run tactics, and your back line going like, well, we are going to be the heavy artillery and the Red Cross tent in one. Which is all nice and dandy if it works, but if you then start with enemies that can, for the love of God, you know, fucking teleport all over the bloody place, you will end up with a certain assortment of problems. Just, you know, the most unpleasant variant. Let's put it mildly. So there is indeed that. There's that to consider indeed. Pain in the ass, pain in the ass. Just going by the sheer amount of enemies, we should probably make sure that we stay all nice and bundled up here, so that my mages can actually make use of, you know, the range they have. It's a bit of the usual, you kinda have to think about this a bit. In the most pleasing way. Because this can very easily get out of hand, and that is something you kind of want to avoid. See, like this basically. As long as the front line somewhat holds, you are going to have a somewhat controlled encounter. Which is precisely what you want to do, in most circumstances. Now I am, and I will be very honest here, not the best when it comes to that sort of tactical playthrough. I do it somewhat, sure, because, well, most games do actually require you to be, you know, not completely moronic about what you're doing. If you want to, you know, get through them. But they also usually don't really, you know, make it too hard. For good reasoning, actually. On normal difficulty, not supposed to, you know, be forced onto the tactical genius archetype in order to get through. That is something they usually like to keep for, you know, the harder difficulties. Actually, some of those difficulties in some games actually specifically called stuff like tactician and stuff like this for obvious reasoning, of course, because, well, they are quite literally forcing you to do precisely that. Which is all fun and dandy if that's your thing, mind you, but I personally like to, you know, just play a game. I don't want to have to play my game with a fucking Excel sheet of, you know, min-maxing all of the things and going like, huh, yes. If I invest, you know, one round to do this action and another half round to this action, then maybe potentially I can get a 0.5, not even a 0.2% increase in my, I don't know, attack speed or something for the next 5 rounds. Stuff like this. I get it. In the long run, that is going to be massive. But really, that doesn't sound like fun now, does it? At least not for me. I mean, yeah, I do know some people who are really into that. Not even going to try and play this out, but no. That's actually one way the tech boy would play his games. Very much like a fucking Excel sheet. To be fair, you know, if that is your thing, feel free. I'm not gonna stop you from doing so, just don't force me to do it too. Is basically all I want to say. Because, you know, as it is usually, just because it's fun for you, doesn't mean it's going to be fun for everybody else involved. People seem to always kind of forget that. But then again, it's not like I don't make that mistake myself. I often find myself thinking that, well, everybody's playing games, aren't they? Surprisingly not, no. So, many people out there are actually not. And that can really fuck you all up. Your assumptions that everybody's like you is, to some degree, always right, to a larger degree not. Bit of a problem. Sometimes. Kinda fun though. Well, more fun when it happens to other people though. I'll admit that much.
Yes?
See? A somewhat controlled encounter where we could even then spend the well, the end of the combat round, basically very much relaxed, just hacking away at the last enemies. Because the front line helped, because the enemy couldn't just teleport through my enemies, and because then enemies are actually standing in the way of the comrades.
Indeed.
That is basically how you do it. Now, ideally that is. Notice movement amidst the mud and debris. Inside one of the broken crates, a young bat flaps feebly, pinned in place by a fallen plank. Pick it up. Gently lift the plank out of the way and pick up the young bat. It squeaks once, squeak squeak, but seems otherwise content to peer out the world from the relative safety of your hand. Aww. You have a meaty little bat in your hand, you know, in your little fist, you squish it a bit and it just looks over your hand and goes like, eh, well, it looks dangerous, I stay in hand now, I'm small. I like it. Animals, or well, small animals, baby animals, have a tendency to be rather cute, I'll admit that much. Which makes us stupid humans act quite a bit dumb, usually. Because, you know, technically speaking, we should not get above with other species, it's not really what we're supposed to do. Then again, I guess as the dominant species on the planet, I guess we should take some responsibility. I always hate it when people are like, well, we are making all the changes, we are responsible for everything. Don't take yourself that big, please. Humanity. A greater pet saccharoos. That sounds pleasant. Very much so. Let's actually save the game. But yeah, I mean, no question about that we have an influence on the planet. We are very much numerous and we are very much changing the environment to our as we please, basically. Very fair point. Still, my point stands too. If we believe ourselves to be the masters of changing everything, we are going to fucking fall flat on our asses very, very, very much. Something people kind of tend to, you know, forget about. It's like, yes, we are the only moderns. We have all the power. No, we don't. We like to pretend that we have. Very much so. But, you know, there's... It was a typical sign of arrogance. Now then, where do I want to... Kinda want to get rid of the small ones first. Also, they do not have to... they don't seem to have the most smart AI. As they are just, you know, attacking in a very, very straightforward manner. Which I find rather pleasing in this particular case. Makes it a lot easier for me. Because I can then just sit around, you know, and tank them with one singular person. Very much pleasing. I do love this spell though. Now for that one encounter down there with the big group of cultists, I probably will have to actually think a bit ahead on how to do that tactically speaking.
I'm here.
Which, you know, that's promising considering it's me who has to do it. But I'm still somewhat optimistic. Also do like that red will-o-wisp is just
Indeed.
chilling around being friendly. For once. I have no intention of hurting it for that. At the very least. Because you see, I'm not just playing a campaign, I'm not looking at everything in the whole wide world as a living, breathing XP bag that I can plunder at my leisure. No, I'm actually... at least not trying to play like that. Yeah, down there, that's gonna be... It's gonna be a pain in my ass, I'll admit that much. Maybe we can pull them down a bit more and make it a bit more pleasant, but... generally speaking, with that a large troop, usually DI triggers and you're having them all out for a little party, if you want to or not. Gently enough. But that shall not be much of a problem. Yes, I was wondering, but oh, a cave. Why do I actually have that window open? Interesting. Let us not think about it that too much. I have set things up a bit differently because, well, I was kinda, still kinda a bit, you know, confused is probably a bit too strong a word, but still a bit lost in thought sometimes. Because, you know, I had to do things quite a lot different this nice fucking day. So many things change by so little. That's such a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, also, in case you have missed my nice little announcement, actually, well, it's not final decision yet, but you see, my mechanic, my repair guy, I've talked with him about the car and how it looks, and well, while he did make it clear that he has to call down someone from the insurance company to basically make their own assessment. I asked him for basically a guesstimate, so, you know, make a nice little assessment of his experience, and, well, as he kind of very nicely told it, going by his experience, going by, you know, the age of the car, the kilometers it has run, in combination with its initial value, he was like, yeah, probably it's gonna be close. By which means it's gonna be close, the amount of money it would take to repair the car to the amount of its worth is probably going to be close. And when it's close, what usually happens then, the insurance guys kind of write it off as a, you know, total loss. Which is nice, because that means they're completely out of the responsibility to, you know, even spend one on it. Not so nice for me. Technically speaking, you can still then go ahead and repair it. It's just not economical, if you think about it. Basically what you're doing is you're investing more money than it's actually worth into an object. Just to keep it going. That's idiotic. What it also means is, since I right now don't have a car and I can't use my, you know, the company's cars as I please, because, well, for some bloody reason, as my dear little business partner said, it's almost like the lawmakers have set it up in a way that you can't just misuse a company car as a private car without repercussions. Strange how that works, isn't it? Everybody was like, wow, you don't say. It's like, wow, you don't say. Seriously, fuck you, I know. We were talking about those fucking nonsensical things quite a bit in the past, didn't we? But yeah, there's that sort of very much unpleasant nonsense that you sometimes have to deal with, if you like to or not. In this case, I will quite clearly tell I do not like it, but, well, can't change it. Could you please kill that thing? Nice, that is precisely what I wanted to say. Now, on to the next Acolyte. Chandra, Acolyte, just. Now, do a fist. Because, well, as long as we don't get, you know, bogged down and no, come on. Bogged down and very much stunned, like what is happening down here. We don't really have much of a problem. Most of the problems actually come after that. Also, get temporarily turns visible. That's probably a wise choice. I think it's not overdo it. No, she's down, isn't she? Yeah, she's down for the count. I was kind of expecting this to happen. Also, some of us turned into a pig. That is most pleasing. That's starting well. Okay, he's eating and very nice assessment of damages. From being turned into a fucking creature of nonsense. That is not good. That is something you would probably like to avoid. If you at all can, that is. Now, here is you are out again. Yeah, that spell is great. Just doesn't has the fucking range. And we have the tornado. Yes, we can use that for once.
Something?
No. This looks like we have it under control. Somewhat. I know, bold assumptions and all of that, but oh, come on. Stop copying me, you little bitch. Do us all a favor and go down. Come on. Well done. Some of those larger groups really are dangerous. I'm, well, somewhat pleased actually with that, because, well, otherwise it would be boring, but that's not good for my heart. My poor little heart. It's also forcing me to actually, you know, concentrate. Return to a ritual circle in the book. It seems like this brethren might know how it works. I'm pretty damn sure I killed that creature. I'm sorry to say. Sure hope that's not going to, you know, fuck me over. Let's wait for everybody to heal a bit and then look how... There's another large group we kind of have to take a rest before, and because that is definitely not something we can take. If it's just, you know, a small group, I'm somewhat reasonably sure that we can do something about that. Wow, that looks absolutely not pleasant to go through. A wall of thick veins. Somebody read about my preference for tentacles apparently. Raises from the mouth of the bog. They grow in unnatural twining cords, bristling with thorns. Though there are gaps between the vines, maneuvering through will take some care and time. Going through. As you approach the vines, they shudder and pull away from you, forming a clear path through which to cross. You pass safely, only to hear rustling behind you as the vines bar passage, curling into a tight knot of thorns and vegetation. That's not good. You notice movement up ahead. A rope figure rushes forward, stumbling through the muck. He blows a single piercing tone on a signal horn. The sound carries through the bog, echoing off the cloister trees and ruins. Beneath it, you hear an ominous rumble. The murky water to the north begins to bubble and pitch. A slick, scaly... For fuck's sake! Ah, I cursed myself, didn't I? And I said, I sure hope it's not gonna be another dragon. I fucking cursed myself, didn't I? Oh no. I don't want to face another dragon. I'm not good with dragons. A slick, scaly snout crests the water surface. It is the only warning you receive before a massive beast rises from the bog in a shower of mud and bog water. The dragon shakes vegetation from its horns and lowers its head to set a keen eye upon you. Wave. Just like, hello. Well, hold your crouch. The dragon watches you disinterestedly. Head stands still as if waiting. you notice a small dark shape in the distance. You feel a sudden, buffeting gust of wind from above as the shape grows. A winged silhouette descends swiftly upon the clearing. It's the second dragon, for fuck's sake! Comes to a heavy landing. You take note of the figure atop its back. A woman with sweeping horns, garbed in flowing robes. She slides from the dragon's back in one graceful movement. I'm feeling so
Watcher of Cadnua. I expected you'd find us eventually.
Well, you knew of me already. That's a good sign.
No offense, but if she's hiring, I'm going with her.
Yeah, me too. Seems pretty cool.
I'm a little more surprised to find you're still carrying that abomination around. I imagine Consulhalt is better company without his tongue.
Well, he's kinda nice. So, who are you?
I am Lengroth.
Law 3. Haha, I thought Lengroth was a man.
As was my predecessor. He too lives on in me. We are all, you see, Lengroth. Lengroth knew something Consulhalt did not. The brevity of life should be embraced, not feared. Each generation brings with it renewed strength and saves us from stagnation.
So, basically, we just all have a bit of a screw loose in the head once they reach a certain level of power. Where it's like, I have all the power in the world, but how do I keep it? You know, life is ending. And so, like many monarchs of our own history, they come up with different ideas of how to, well, keep their power. Some come up with the most easy solution, like I'm just going to creating lots of heirs and make sure the blood stays strong. Which is basically what this Lengroth here tries to do. It's one way to stop the inevitable end of your line. And some others, like Consulhalt, just go like, well, bitch, baby.
When his time came, Lengroth was willing to let go, to leave his memories and body behind. He entrusted the gift of his life force, his vibrant spirit, to a worthy successor.
Nice.
Consulhalt clung to his pathetic existence like a leech. And there are others like him, who would see all the world serve as kindling, if only their flame can go on burning.
Yeah, that's kind of how humans are. We tend to be a bit egoistical about things.
Consulhalt's knowledge cannot outlive him.
Well, aren't you doing the same thing, transferring your souls?
You misunderstand. A wolf devouring a hare has done nothing outside its nature. One life feeds the next.
So basically, it's okay
Ours
when
is
you
the
do
work
it.
of generations,
I love
many
this
minds coming together
argument.
to strengthen one another.
No, it's basically fucking nonsense. What you're doing here is... It's the whole scenario of the bendy shoes on the other foot. Basically, when you're doing it, it's totally not a problem. But when somebody else does it, yeah, it's shut in the ears. Fuck you, you fucking hypocrite. Animals are meant with sound energy all the time.
If copper wire and glass tubes were enough. Still, if the day ever comes that an animancer should rival Consulhalt's middling competence,
He was pretty
I
damn
expect
competent.
we will pay them a visit.
He fucking turned into a very complete lick. That's taking something. You can just well, I mean, I'm actually agreeing. You can just destroy knowledge you don't approve of. That's fucking nonsensical. But let's go with the actual very obvious case of someone else will follow in his footsteps.
My successors will seek them out in turn. Our duty does not end with you. In truth, I am glad you came. It saves me the effort of chasing you.
So how did you work with such
These
creatures?
two? They're quite young, but already appallingly bright. There's no greater aim than to leave behind a lasting legacy, to teach those who will learn.
Lengroth's teachings are interesting. We will strengthen our souls as they do. Morgeth will be our home for eons.
Well, back to the content of what we were talking about before. And concern our
And for
executive
killing him,
friends.
at least I do thank you. But you should not have interfered. Commander Ballerin would have brought me the phylactery. All of this could have been avoided.
Why hide it on Benjamin anyway?
Discretion. It would hardly have been ideal to fly in atop Gavanerkos and get the attention of every dragon hunter in the region.
That's actually a
I
reasonable
heard
point.
bannermen were competent. It turns out that you're more competent.
Yeah, surprisingly often do I hear that. Do you know what a pain it was to actually murder my way through the fucking Torn Bannerman? So why is the phylactery so dangerous?
Think on it. You must have seen how desperately Kith cling to their lives.
Well, yeah.
What measures they're
No
willing
shit.
to take to ensure theirs is the consciousness that lingers longest.
Wow, color me surprised. It's like you're talking about something so bloody fucking
The
obvious.
phylactery was to be Consulholt's great triumph over death. All the evil that Kith have done in search of falsehoods would pale in the face of what they will do for the truth.
Well, to be fair, I agree to some degree with the I'm not sure everyone's as willing as Consulholt was to carve up their own skulls. Most people would, not. Wait, at least help me
It's not
understand.
as if you'll understand for very long, but as you wish.
You possess more than Langrad's title. What about his
His
memories?
memories, his awareness, those died with him. But his power remains. As a watcher, you must have seen by now that certain spirits possess more strength than others.
We kinda, yes, did.
His knowledge we secure in the usual way. It is my hope that we will someday spread Lengroth's teachings beyond our numbers.
Your books are too small to read. Better to learn it in song.
True, it's a bit old-fashioned, but that's kinda how we did it before we had writing systems. Because, well, how did humanity pass on knowledge that they wanted to, endure the centuries before, we had the option of writing it down in a book, and even that is not an ideal solution because books can be lost and destroyed, of course. Isn't the, what was it called, the Great Library of Alexandria and its loss more precisely as much as it is for that simple reason that, But yeah, song, it's actually one of the very olden ways of how we did it. Or rhymes, or, some of our knowledge is actually bound into children tales, the most basic things, like don't go to the well because, well, falling into the well is going to kill you. Basically, we tried and looking for ways that make it easy to remember and easy to bring it down to the next generation from a young age on. So, back to the point, how did you become
A
Landgraf?
great deal of study and a little magic.
Uh-huh.
Once a suitable candidate has been selected, their predecessor gives up his life and essence, and the soul is transferred. I studied for many years and was selected. But at any step, I might have turned away, buried myself in common living. My choice was to stay.
Oh, song yourself.
No singing.
You don't find it unnatural?
Not at all. The energy of souls is a natural force all around us. Every being leaves traces of their passing,
Fucking nonsense.
even as their essence finds root in new soil.
See, no matter how she tries to turn this, she's doing the fucking same thing as Gonzalo did, just another method for doing it. And then she claims he's evil. You do know, little Landgraf, that if people were so very much interested in the truth of all the falsehood they have tried, wouldn't your truth be the very same thing that they would very much like to get their hands on?
We accept that the cycle exists, and that death will come.
No, you fucking
It is what
don't.
we leave behind
You
that
fucking
matters.
don't accept death.
A life bettered by our
At
efforts.
fucking all. You just fucking give us the illusion that you do. Oh, a fucking hypocrite to the very fucking core. Perception 14. I found some of your victims in the book.
Intruders, mostly. How pleasant it would be to live in a world where nothing unfortunate ever happened to those who didn't deserve it. Don't you think?
Yeah, in that case I would probably not be the hero of the story, but, well, I guess I could still become a farmer. Wouldn't it be cool? You start a nice little adventure game, an RPG game, and then it's like, well, the big adventure never happened. The hero became a farmer, and then you spend the next 20 hours just, taking care of the fields every day. Basically, it turns into Harvest Moon.
That would be dreadful.
So, were you and Gonzalo always enemies?
No, not at all. Oh, he and the original Lengroth were distantly aware of each other, I'm sure, being masters in their field. I learned of his obsessions too late. Perhaps if we'd been on better terms, I could have convinced him to reconsider.
Nope, you could not. Because Gonzalo, probably being a bit of an asshole himself, would have done the very same thing I just did here and go like, no, you do the same thing as I do, you're just doing it in a different way. You put it in other words than me, but you're still doing the same thing. You are a hypocrite. Screw you. While probably thinking them very much at this point, well, not yet skeletal, but skeletally thin finger, going like, yeah. And
Too
you
late
too.
in any case.
Why are you out here anyway? Is it a
Why?
nice weather?
Because it's quiet, out of the way. The local wildlife keeps out the rabble.
What's so funny about that bitch?
I've never minded being out in the open air, but some of the apprentices found it difficult at first. But a bright young mind that can't survive contact with blood and dirt will fare very poorly in this world.
That's actually one of the points that I always find was interesting in the idea of adventuring and wizards, because, you know, wizards are basically classical studied person who have went through years of studying in libraries and, you know, with scribes and meticulously learning and copying things to learn their art. If you send somebody like that out into the world, into the wilderness, first times they're going to be in the woods, they're going to be screaming for their mommies, quite literally, because, you know, camping out in the woods is it's different than the safety of your little keeps and stuff. And yeah, I am, you know, that's all I wanted to know.
Mind is a gift. Perhaps your soul will retain that quality.
I'm not sure everyone says winning a console to cover up their own skulls, you know.
It only takes one.
Yeah, your mother. Ooh. What if I just gave it
We
to you?
could simply take it from you. After.
Well, you would have to pry it from my hands then.
As you wish.
The bitch is not very much willing to cooperate, and I'm not fully healed, so this combat encounter is probably going to end quite horrible. Give me the fire stack and do it fast. We need to get really, really down into the ugly here. What sort of effect is that? Okay, we're talking here about an amount of damage that is quite literally unfucking holy that we're eating here. I don't know which of your spells it is that did it, but you bitch managed to do an assholish amount of fucking damage to me. I will very honestly tell you, I don't think we can save this. I quite literally don't see it. Yeah, I figured. Autosave. 9 days, 9 days, 9 days. I guess this is the newest one. Okay, so at least we know there's a boss fight there. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh, very much a pain in the ass.
Indeed.
But at the very least, we have learned our lesson. Now, we will want to fucking rest. And, well, okay, first things first. Let's actually clean up our inventories a bit, because this looks just fucking horrible. Then let's think about how precisely we're gonna do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like we don't stand a chance. And it depends a bit on how lucky we can get with hits and in avoiding hits, quite frankly, because, well, We are not really made of health, so to speak. Do we have anything? I really should start selling all of the rest nonsense, because this is just getting annoying. I mean, that is a pretty fucking nice spell, and I kinda could try going heavily for that. First things first. Let's save and unlock again. Go on through, continue. We're going to shorten this a bit because, well, I'm not going to, you know, talk to the bitch. Don't you crouch.
The Watcher of Cadnua. I'm a little more surprised to find I sent us. I am Lengroth. As was my Lengroth when his Consul Hot's knowledge cannot outlive him. Better luck.
I've never.
Lava beyond seek.
Of course, we can't get them to just, you know. Can't I end it? Ah, you don't have the necessary lore skill, don't you? That's the problem. That's probably very much the problem. Got it.
Hey.
Okay, my own tornado kinda murdered my people. How the fuck does this even hit you? No idea. It does have a bit of a very, very negative effect on me.
Didn't work. Need to try.
What?
Once again. Meow, I don't know what's going on, I'm flying.
That didn't work. Need to try something else.
This is not really the definition of good.
That didn't work. Need to try something else. Offset word and draw.
That's putting it nicely. I still don't know what that fucking one spell is, but it is fucking annoying, I'll tell you that much. I really don't have... Now it's kind of a bit of a tradition already at this point, but whenever I'm encountering dragons, I'm kind of feeling like me. It's going to go very much me, and does usually go very much me. Yes, you little cunt. Let's not get overly involved. Once again.
The Watcher of I'm a little more surprised to find I am as was my predecessor Lengro when his consul Holt's knowledge cannot better.
Love. Varu. Beyond seek mode. Lava. Beyond seek.
Then Lavaru.
If we can actually get some good hits off of that, that would totally take care of my problems. Of course we can't. And my healer's down. Why not make it easy, you know?
Yes.
Hey.
And you can't really...
Need to try something else. That wound looks fatal.
Run, little one, run! Yeah, these two seems like a bit of a combat encounter. It's going to be a pain to deal with. Actually, I once would like to have my little friendly neighborhood mage with me. I don't, because I wasn't really planning on using him in this case. It's kind of biting me in the ass right now. Oh well, it's part of it biting me in the ass. Also the fact that I have to go through the bloody conversation every single time I'm trying it.
I'm a little more surprised to find I, as was my when consul Holt's knowledge better.
Can you actually summon something to my little priesty boy?
Yeah? Lava. Varu. Beyond.
Mm. Bam. Okay, so the game doesn't actually allow me to resummon things. As long as I still have things out and about. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate it when they do that. Because as soon as your healer's down, you're kinda fucked. Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate Dragon's abilities to do that. You can't stand in front of them, you can't stand in the back of them. Basically, you can't stand around them anywhere because they are fucking annoying. Take 2 of them and you do know where you end up with. Means this is probably as far as we're going to progress with this quest, because I am not going to fucking sit here and do this over and over again. That seems like a bit of a waste of my time. There do we have it. Yeah. Another dragon that's going to end up on my long list of dragons I need to slay in the future. Pain. And I much rather like to return to Hammer Time because, well, at least you know. They haven't been such a pain in my ass yet. Not yet, at least. So basically, the answer is will be so often in time be to just ignore the nonsense and go like, fuck you. Maybe not the most pleasing of answers, but it's going to work for a while. Nah, but seriously. Fucking dragons. I know I kind of brought this one upon myself by being like, well, hopefully it's not going to be a dragon. And of course it's a fucking dragon. All the bloody things. And those things are just not meant to be, you know, fought in fucking melee for some mystical reason. Get me out of here. At the edge of the ritual circle, scratched into the mud, you notice 5 familiar characters. Just like the ones on the note you found. But knowing what to look for, they'd be no more than furrows in the dirt. Examine the symbols more closely. Crouch down, but you can't see anything inherently interesting about the scratches. But did you find something? Past the barrier, Benno watches you with rapt interest. A flicker of movement catches your attention. You look up to see you've gained an audience. Hazard spirit. In a dim light, the spirit is nearly invisible. A shimmer of essence. You can barely pick out against the bog. You begin to see more shapes, coalescing into the fog. The first raises its hand. Wait, please. Who are you? What? How do we went over that? You feeling alright? Vadran called us here, but his spirit slips our grasp. We would continue our work if you will let us. It is all the purpose that remains to us. Betterment of the self, the craft of virtue. This man, Benno, he is walked through with jealousy, with petty lusts. He sees from his partner. He abandoned his child. But his essence holds the same brilliant potential of any man. And while your soul watcher is a bright and fierce thing, his is fragmented, weak. Let us mend it, shape it. How would you do that? One might carve the rod from an apple. It is painless, freeing. He would feel himself unburdened. What do you want from me then? Give us the time to work upon him, then we shall release him. You may do with him as you please. That is not right now, is it? He might be a petty person, a liar, a thief. But yeah, at least it's his decision, you know. And he will have it coming to him. So, get away from him. But you sense too, sudden energy in the air. Upswell in the soul sense bound to this place. The gathered spirit's howl and smartest frustration. This time no flinches at the sound. If you wish to fight with me, I'm willing to fight you, but still, you know. Okay, game, would you please do actually what I tell you instead of just prove yourself uncontrollable? What the fuck is this? Why are you deciding game to be a bitch about everything? Just do, repeat after me game, what I tell you to. See, we could have probably avoided that nasty ball of nastiness. We could have, if you had just done what I told you. Where are you going? Why are you going there? Many questions were asked these days, not many were answered. Sometimes games just decide like, no, I'm going to, you know, do my own trick now. Could just stop using my own spells against me. And again, I will admit, AI, you made a good choice there. Tentacles are indeed always the right and proper choice. There is no better choice. Quite literally. Still, to be fair though, you're kinda still fucked. And I'm just going to put that very, very mildly. Yep. It's all in this XP box now. You did it, I'm free. Yeah, that was a lot more work than you actually were, my friend. Yalla, where are you? Does make me wonder if he will actually learn from his... Nah, where am I kidding? He's probably not going to learn shit from this encounter and continue being an idiot about it, but, well... That too is part of human nature. Much as I hate to say it. Rewards, in treasure, to average item. Sign. Yeah. My little druggy monk, you go out there and do some, well, druggy monk business. Now then, another one for the list. I can already foresee that this, apart from the main quest, is going to end up with me just having some major quests all involving fucking dragons sitting there going like mockingly staring my face like, no face dragons. Actually, that reminds me, there is a nice little spell called, an ability called Scale Breaker that you can get your hands on. Hey, there you are. When I mentioned something about you saving his hide, well, I wouldn't put it. Yeah, I'm grateful, and so am I. You've been a huge help. Yeah, it's from my personal stock. You deserve this. Maybe now we'll actually make this delivery. Glad nobody's run off into the bog again. Believe me, it's been tempting. So, do you have anything new in your inventory? Probably not. No, I actually have. Give me all of those, and... Well, no, just the camping supplies. Okay. I'm somewhat happy with what we have done here, and I'm not going to fucking bother with that dragon. That kinda leaves me... well, with only the Rising Tide quests. And I swear to God, if that thing involves another dragon, I'm going to quite literally start puking. I mean, in the most literal sense of the word, I'm going to puke all over my fucking desk out of sheer frustration. Going like, oh, fuck you, gay. I do love it. Often have limited. Yeah, if your range is limited and you are a fucking spellcaster, even if your spells affect the whole group, it's still fucking painful to deal with. A dwarf, clothed in but a few strips of fur, puffs up his bare chest with every drag from his pipe. Come a long way to get some air, have you? What are you doing here? Enjoying the fine weather? Just a bit longer. He smiles, letting a cloud of smoke and frosted breath escape through his teeth. My mistress has business with the Onrites. We'll be off soon as she's done at the Abbey. Meantime, I was told to stay put. They don't want any outsiders meandering about. He's already put some kind of hex on me. Says I won't even remember any of this. But the copper's worth it. He says I'll wake up at home with a full coin purse, opposite of most of my mornings. So that had a certain appeal. Tell me about your mistress. Which one? He lets out a chuckle and slaps his chest. A reddening print blooms on his skin. Wish she were the fun kind. She's a gift bearer. Paid me well to guard her on the journey, though. I'm looking to get inside. Are you now? He pulls the pipe away from his clenched teeth, points its long stem to the path ahead. As far as I know, straight this way. The middle path's all right, with the ruined arch. Let you in, course. Hundreds are none too friendly, but to their own. Mistress ran through the archway, spoke to some guards there, then headed on. He bites down on his pipe with a sour expression. They got eyes on the other paths, cast me dirty looks from afar when they passed this way. If I'd stand here in plain view, they had some grand designs of sneaking into their blazing church. What's an abbey got that's worth hiding anyway? Monks? He grunts again and shakes his head and mutters something about if you were younger. Do you know of any other ways into the abbey? No, but it's an abbey, not a fortress. You can bet it's got holes, like any fat old monster. Supply passages, escape routes. Shrugs as if it were a matter of course. I'd be lying if I said I'd never explored one uninvited when I was too young to know better. Helped myself to its relics. Let's just say a certain war goddess has a way of letting my next life as a dung roll buck. Why are you helping me? He shrugs. You got a look about you. Look like you need it. Maybe there's something I don't like about this place, like it's hiding something. My younger days, I'd be more going in there. I know that feeling. Hope we meet again. Any luck, my mistress will return soon. Hope you find what you're looking for. Good point. I hope so too. Now, this is the point where it's like, well, you can be sneaky.
Hard to imagine a whole sect living out here. But I guess that's the point.
Even our visitor is to be turned away, he said.
What interest would our quarters hold?
Our quarters aren't the worry. It's our brothers and sisters below.
Below. Oh, who's there? Lie, Coach was waiting for me. I was just looking for the way out. You're trespassing here. Okay. And with that we have already managed to screw it over. I mean, to be fair, we all knew it would probably happen, and I'm just making this a bit faster than strictly speaking needs to be. Well, okay. There might have been an option for being sneaky. Let me point it like this. There might. Yes. There's not any longer. Then again, outright murdering creatures that stand in my way is kinda what I do, isn't it? I guess I can't complain overly much, actually, about that particular nonsense. Really wasn't what I had planned. For once I would actually have been willing to go the, you know, more sneaky way. Well. But I guess it has proven itself to be not an option any longer. And so, murder it shall be. I mean, basically what we do, this is their
Indeed.
property, quote unquote. They have every bloody right to be like, you're an outsider, we don't like you in here. And I have just decided that, well, I have the bigger guns, so to speak. So screw you, basically. Not really the most gentlemanly way to do it, but... what can I say? See, I hate monks. When I play my monks, they are rarely this good. But surely when the eye does it, suddenly it's like, well, it's a one-man murder machine. Well, screw you then. Screw you very hard and very fast.
Indeed.
Now then. Murder most foul is what we're going to do now. We should have been above this, but well. Well, frankly, we're not. We're a bunch of murder hobos just like everybody else. It's going to feel most uncomfortable if you actually manage to get your way up here. Which they of course do. Were we even expecting anything else? I'm sure there wasn't. It's going to feel mighty uncomfortable, isn't it? Yeah, screw this fucking nonsense. They're too tough to deal in that larger group, especially if there are multiple monks and stuff like this. No, this is not going to work well. That is putting it very, very, very mildly. No. We need to be a bit more tactical about this. Small groups. Very small fucking groups. That's how we're going to do it.
Of course.
If at all. Go for the large group and get fucked. Would then be the consensus. Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me? How the fuck do the people on the fucking walls see me? I mean, no, realistically speaking, that's precisely why you have walls. The elevated position allows you to actually look around. But you wouldn't really look inside now. You wouldn't expect the enemy to be inside your fucking walls now, would you? Fucking asshole.
I shall.
Fact of the matter is, you would probably expect him to be outside. I hate this. With just, you know. This sort of ability is precisely the fucking reason why I hate them like the plague. Because then they're going to hit the ones that are you now.
I shall.
Weak air. Which is kind of what you want to avoid. Now I will murder all of them for being such a nuisance. Mind you. I will however also admit it's probably going to take a bit more planning ahead in this particular case. Which annoys me greatly, but it is part of the deal, basically. I mean, it is quite literally part of the fucking deal. No matter how you turn it. Okay, and this would have been the more sneaky pass, I am assuming. Okay, let's save the game again.
Hey.
It's like you'll go no farther. No, I will actually go very much farther. You'll be surprised. What the fuck is going on sometimes? Like sometimes, you know, we're asking ourselves the questions, the big questions. Like why and how the fuck are you doing things? Yeah, give them a nice little punch. Well, in small numbers, we can deal with them relatively with ease.
I shall.
And again, you know, these very nasty ability of attacking, you know, the most weakened members of the group, or well, the most little defendest. For fuck's sake. It's the sort of ability I would personally say is just bit of an annoyance. Also this sort of nonsense where they're like, well, I'm going to ignore your fucking people close by and just run over there. Because fuck you, basically. It's like, what's the use of a fucking front line if your enemies are just going to ignore it? Then the answer becomes relatively simple because, well, then there is no reason for it. Would you maybe, you know, just murder it? Most profoundly.
Right here.
People wonder why my priesty boys and stuff like this need to run fast. Not really a question, no is it? Okay, big supplies. Failing payday. Well, yeah, it is acceptable. I'm going to assume that it is one more way to sneak in. Since we have already managed to very much get on the bad side of them anyway. And honestly, I'm not nearly merciful enough to be like, well, they attacked me now, I'm going to very much ask for forgiveness. Sure, I'm trespassing, but you know. Actually, for once I have a, well, hard to explain reasoning as for why we're trespassing. It's like, yeah, well, I'm a watcher, I have visions, and my visions have guided me here. Oh boy. That doesn't sound like a very nice explanation. I don't know.
Hey.
Okay. Now, let's make this smart.
Right.
I fucking knew you would do this, you fucking asshole. Stop fucking jumping all over the place, you mongoloids. That's the sort of ability that really fucking annoys the living shit out of me. Because that makes it absolutely fucking impossible to keep up any sort of somewhat even decent battle line. Instead you will end up with all of the nonsense. Yeah, go down, bitch. Really though, fucking hell. It's the sort of ability you really don't want to get fucking involved in. Bitch. Could somebody maybe murder that thing? It's getting a bit on my nerves, you know? Just a little bit. Very much better. I'll give them a nice little buff. Those claws do really do a lot of damage. I'll give it that much. Now then, Mr. Galesinger, I want you to die. Very obvious. Giant skeleton's leg. Why are you telling me that there's a giant skeleton leg? That's something I'm supposed to be taking... Okay, to be fair, there's a fucking giant leg. To be fair. Shooting from the side of the cliff, what appears to be a massive hip bone, as across with a prism rock. Nice. Well, can't you tell by the hip bone if it is a female or male skeleton? Was there something like this? Sure, I had something like this at one point. Basically, since there are some differences in how we are usually built, you can kind of tell what sort of checks they had, you know, in the good old past. It would be interesting to know. Hey, this actually looks like we have giant wrist bone in without providing any clues as to location of its matching head. Well, apparently it has no head. That's kind of saddening. The door is sealed shut. Well, great. Why are these Mongoloids always doing this? I do sometimes wonder because, well, I never really looked into much about how the game determines AI-wise what is to attack and what not. In much order. Now I actually feel the fucking need to do so. Some very mystifistical reason. But why would you do this? Well, I don't know. Maybe because, well, I very much like to avoid having my poor little people get murdercated. I don't know, like the reason.
Of course.
Okay, so this is the Hall of Presence. I see. What do we have here? A mural is rendered on the face of the rock wall. 4 panels seem to be arranged as a story of some kind. Expected then. First panel, Antu, the end. Second panel, Saman, the flood. Third panel, Dizaman, the ebb. Fourth panel, Yansua, the beginning. This doesn't make sense. This is completely out of order. I would say it's the beginning. Then it's the flood. Then the end. Then the ebb. Then the end. Every single fucking time I have to suffer through this fucking nonsense. Fuck you. And fuck you hard. Like, you know, in a very, very hurtful and very, very unfriendly way. Because of you fucking can't be asked to fucking stay and fight. Like, you know, a fucking normal person. Oh, you're gonna get me annoyed. The good thing is, my little priest boy can run relatively fast. At least enough. There's some good he can do. Yeah, for some nice and dancing bolts. A bit of a bold move, admittedly, but a working move. So far, so good. Yeah, let's not try and go around because I can already assume that something horrible is going to happen. And I don't think the Gale Singer is that dangerous, honestly. That's all my assumption goes. Also kind of means that we, in this case, avoided all of the ones in the lower court yard and have actually murdered the ones up here first. Very much pleasing. Oh, just blown him to bits with your giant gun.
Indeed.
Nice. Nice indeed. Okay, we have made some progress.
If you say so. Got it done.
Now that should make it a lot easier to deal with the fucking nonsense down in the lower court here. And well, and the map doesn't really have that much more to offer to explore. Well, it's still going to be, you know, a story full of murder, and there's going to be a lot of creatures that are going to be murder-cated for pure entertainment. I'm kind of running out of health, so let's actually make a nice little save game here. Try to be smart about it. But this should mean that we have not that much in the way of actual enemies down here anymore.
Hey.
Or maybe just nobody, apparently, because everybody has decided to wander off for some mystical reason. Hall of Silence, the Passage of Wanderer, Hall of Presence. Well, I guess let's actually finish our exploration of the upper side first. You know, before we start doing much other nonsense. Actually, can we? Yes, we can use the fast mode. I always forget that exists, but it is a very, very useful little thing. I'll give it that much. Especially if you run around an open field where you're not expecting any enemies. Don't you always love it when it's like, I don't expect any enemies? Well, yeah, pick some enemies. Wouldn't want you to get bored now, would we? But a wrong spell. Kill the intruders, sure. You just do that. Try your hardest to all of that. What kinda irritates me is that the priest class in this one doesn't really get much in the way of actual summons and stuff. Because I would find that very pleasing. You can do as much. Still, you know, electricity attacks, maybe in combination with a few more tentacles, would probably be a very fucking deadly combination. Sadly, That's, you know. Not necessarily how it's going to work out. Die, please. Yes, very nice of you. Die and stay down, basically. Hall of Presence. Wait, it's the same Hall of Presence. Apparently. But there are just multiple entrances. The structure behind this giant ribcage appears to have been built around it. Okay, so somebody found a giant skeleton and was like, yes, I'm going to build my house here. That seems a very...
If you say so.
I mean, no, actually, considering just how
That'll do.
people have some places built their homes, actually, you can't even be like, nobody would do this. No, people come up with very strange ideas as to why, how, and where to build their houses. Okay, that hall is bloody fucking long-winded. Apparently, that is. Penguin whistles and twists around frozen fingers of this giant skeletal hand. I think actually it was one of the ways where we could have sneaked around. So we have the Halls of Silence and the Halls of Presence, which are a very, very long thing. Well, we're gonna start here and look. Start with the big one, you know, to get it done with. But first, let us camp. Cold. Then go inside and get murder-cated by fucking monks that are not gonna be very pleased to see us. Not at all, actually. Doop, 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 doop. Infiltrate. Well, that's one way of saying it. It wasn't so much an infiltration as more a besieging and murdering them. I mean, I guess technically speaking, you know, it's a technicality, I can say.
Smells like an ocean breeze. We've got to be close.
Close to what? The ocean? I smell combat. Do you smell it too?
Hey.
Wow.
Right here.
Intruders! Yes, intruders indeed. The nasty kind of intruders. The ones that are going to murder all of your people. For no other reason than, well, you're standing in my way. It's always really lovely when you're just trying to murder us. Let us, you know, embrace our murderous ways, or murder hobo ways, and murder even more. Suck on this, bitch. I do love this spell. It's just that it makes it horrible because you need to then start positioning things, and I'm not good at it at all. Basically, I can't be asked to do it. Is, well, the most. Easy way to describe it, I suppose. Do we... yeah, you know what, let's throw some of those nonsense things around too. So they're really going to feel, you know, the fucking basically that is going to happen. Yeah, we still have a healing spell. Plong! And then I think we don't actually need to waste that much more. Just, you know, continue punching them. And we should be good. Well. Now, I will now go ahead and boldly claim that our infiltration was a success. It involved murdering everybody around, but technically speaking, when there's nobody around, it also means there are no witnesses. So yes, sneakily infiltrated indeed. In one way. Okay. The way the game's like, yeah, weapons are not very efficient is, that's nice and damn all, but still. With just basic attacks, it really takes forever to just kill one of them. They must have had some very nice armor, honestly. Come on, game.
What?
Yes?
Game's like, no, you don't want to plunder them now, do you? Hello there, first and foremost. Can't remember where this is. Is it toward the end of the White March already? Well, yeah, this is basically the Abbey of the Fallen Moon. It's when you start... you start out with the second part of the White Marches. You first go to the Red Siren's camp, and after that you kind of get, through the power of visions, and being a watcher, you find this. It's also where the companion quest for little barbarian lady here is, which is why I have her with me to, you know, finish that. Honestly, I don't know how much more there is to the White Marches. I haven't really played these games often enough to remember that off the top of my head. But it's the second major quest area, basically. Wow, look at that, it's a spellcaster. What a pain in the ass.
Right.
Don't you all love spellcasters? Simple answer, no, I fucking hate spellcasters. They're not nice. Some wichtige reason. Spellcasters and you. Oh, 100 ways of why you should hate them. Like the fucking plague they are. Because let's be very honest, yeah, they are just a pain in the ass. Just. Well, as long as you know they're not on your side. In which case, we can talk about this pain in the ass thing. Nice. See, this is precisely what we want to see. We want to see them all die. A very horrible death. Preferably. Well, we kind of want to avoid being the ones getting murdered. That sort of combination play actually now is pretty nice if you have a character that's actually very much movable. Oh, should make use of that. Well, should. But yes, this is actually part of the good thing and the bad thing, because I haven't played the game nearly enough to be completely
Of course.
remembering everything. Played through it and its expanses with the White Marches 1 and 2 precisely once in all of its glory. And it's A, been a while, and C, and B, well, it did the good impression, a mostly good impression. That's far too little to, you know, get all of the more interesting little details down.
You say so.
Open sesame.
Come take a look.
I will. I'm going to actually steal shit here. You'd be surprised.
It's here. The salt well.
The room is a pool. It's small, but deep enough that you can't see the bottom. The glassy surface looks almost frozen. So does Maneha. She stands rooted in place, staring at it.
You know, I thought it'd be bigger.
Yeah, it looks deep anyway.
Gift bearers say the heaviest regrets and greatest sorrows get left here. So it better be.
And I thought you'd be diving in by now. That's not a sound of frustration in the back of his throat. That's more like a no.
You know how when you've been thinking about something so long, You're worried that when you finally get it, it won't be what you expected.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, overhyping things. Like, oh, it's gonna be awesome, it's gonna be great, and then it's like, well, that was something.
I mean, for all we know, that thing's just filled with leeches.
You're stalling.
Don't remind me.
I mean, honestly, I don't like her idea of just discarding it because, well, that's part of who you are. It's kind of making up your personality. So bending is probably a bad idea. Well, the demon has shaped you. Discarding it may change you more than you intend.
Good. Anything's better than this.
Well, then do it. For fuck's sake, bitch. Stop stalling. Either put out or don't, but don't let me sit hanging here.
Okay. Here goes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cold.
You're no shit. Have you seen outside? It's fucking cold as fuck. Do you expect the water to be warm? How? Hey, what year is it?
Oh, very funny.
She splashers frigid water in your direction.
This is the right pool, isn't it?
This is the temple to Unra. Perhaps you need to give something up.
I've got it.
She digs through her pack and produces a thick bundle of cloth, bound with leather. It's the same bundle you glimpsed earlier. She snaps the leather cords and rolls the cloth, revealing a wine bottle.
Took this from the Marcheso cellar the night I awakened. Been saving it for a special occasion.
When Heck wriggles the bottle and brushes dust from the green glass. Giving a sigh, she swings it by the neck and smashes it against the steps. Well, let's not say anything. Maya drops the rest of the broken bottle into the pool, where it spirals into the depths. Meanwhile, the wine has formed a roiling, bloody cloud in the water. It spreads in long, swirling tendrils. You feeling good there? Yeah, no, you're not gonna feel good any longer. The surface of the pool ripples, and Manea pedals at the spreading cloud. Crimson tentacles erupt from it, rising and reaching. Manea gaps as one wraps around her arm.
Maneha!
Another wine-colored tentacle wraps around her head. She shouts as it pulls her under. Manea disappears into the pool. You can't see anything through the crimson murk, except for the blossoming cloud of wine. The waters look perfectly still again. The seconds crawl by.
Gotta go in after her!
At last, bubbles break the surface. Manea emerges, gasping and shivering. Her face is strangely slack and has a bloodshot. What just happened?
I forgot.
Manea climbs out the steps of the salt well. As she does, the reddish color dissipates from the water, leaving only the glassy clear surface and the unfathomable deeps below. So, what do you remember? She squints, pinking. Water pools at her feet.
I remember running, but I don't remember what chased me. And I remember fear, but I don't remember what scared me.
Isn't that even more horrible now?
I gave something up, but I don't remember why.
Then it worked. She tilts her head to one side and wiggles a finger in her ear until a spurt of water streams out.
I'll take your word for it.
Something drips onto the floor. She holds her right arm up and looks at the trickle of blood running from a cut in her hand. She takes the folded cloth, the one she's rubbed the wine bottle in, from the floor, and stanches the bleeding. Manea was granted clean conscience. She jerks her head toward the exit. Like, well, let's go then.
If you say so.
Well, at least we got her nonsense now out of the way. That is a good beginning, I'd say. I'm kind of pleased with that, because that means we have one less thing to worry about. Where does this go? To the Halls of Silence, actually. That's good to know. We're just going to happily murder ourselves through this temple. making ever more unpleasant remarks
If you say so.
about monks and their lifestyles.
Done.
Those poor fuckers, they never saw it coming. Wow. Ouch. Okay, I thought it was over. Yeah, just take your time, fucking trap. Now, we already know that there are enemies in there, so, well, this is gonna be fun again. They are some of the more annoying enemies, I'll give them that much. The teleportation, the monks, yeah, that's the sort of thing you really not going to have much fun with. And to be very fair, your fun is not going to get much better. How I hate this fucking teleporting fucking nonsense. I need a fucking battle line like a normal fucking person. You then come along these fucking cunts and ruin it with fucking teleporting abilities. Like a fucking bitch. You can't believe just how much I fucking hate this. You really wouldn't believe it. But I guess to be fair, it is the fucking higher bot we are facing, so... Okay. Who is now going to do this nonsense? Oh, how much I fucking hate these abilities. Monk abilities, yay! That's fun and engaging gameplay. It's fucking not, but mind you. There are even more of them, because of course they are. Can I actually prime that? I mean, we can use that ability, I suppose. Do some barbaric yelling, because, well, we can. Then we can do some nice barbaric punching. Because screw you, basically. Okay, for some bloody fucking reason. Is it really that hard to fucking just drink the bottle? Please tell me he's dead. He seems to be dead. That's a start. Problem is, his fucking clones are still fucking around. And annoying the ever-living shit out of everybody. Really not my most beloved ability. I kinda told you, I hate monks. They are fucking annoying. There's no better way of actually saying it. Wow, you're getting fucking every bloody combat round, you're getting stunned. It's fun. It's really fun. Like a fucking pain in the ass fun. Ah, boy. Jolting touch. Jumps from the cast of fingers to the nearest enemy. I don't even care at this point. Mostly because there really is not an option here. This is going to just take for fucking ever, isn't it? Okay, can you maybe help him? Because that guy, that duplicate, fucking annoying.
You're not getting through me.
Just like old times. Got it.
All right then.
Can't even lure them around, eh? They are just gonna be pain in my ass. Well, forever. Well, at the very least, it's going to end at some point. That higher bot. Pain in the ass. Monk. That's really the sort of combat I don't want to get fucking involved in. You will die, little mind gazer. Believe you me. It's going to take a while, but you will die. And I will fucking laugh. Come on, just die. Well then, ye haul off the tidal wave, eh?
Yes.
That was indeed most unpleasant. The Higher-Bot soul remains close to his body. It radiates a warmth only you can feel. Well, reach out to it. You project your essence outward, and when it makes contact, you feel yourself suddenly plummeting through the moments and sensations of another life. You see beneath you in a memory glowing brightly, and as you pass it, you latch on and pull yourself inside. You walk briskly through a hallway, flanked by small, gated rooms. It has the feel of a prison. The architecture is consistent with the abbey. Your heart races. You pause at an array of panels, too blurry to read. You rearrange them, and a hidden tile slides back in the wall. In that spot, you make a strange sign with your hands, and the way ahead opens for you. You ascend the flight of steps and take hold of a rod-shaped object attached to a mechanical device and push down on it. You hear the sound of water in the distance. You're falling through memories again, but come to a sudden sharp landing inside an enclosure that overlooks the facade of the abbey. Water flows over an archway, like a waterfall without a source. You look in your hand. The relic you took from the device is there. You extend it outward, and the water seems to be repelled by it, creating space for you to enter. As you step through, your doorway leads out of the memory entirely. You withdraw in the same direction you came from, flying upwards and out of the Higher-Bot soul.
Of course.
Well then, let's save the game, because I honestly do not want to redo that fight. Look, now it's like, you're stealing from him. He's fucking dead. As is everybody else. I'm trying to say, but that's kinda where we're at this point. I'm assuming even more fucking monks and stuff. And this fucking nonsense of the teleporting, that's really what gets me. Now then. Since we already know they're going to do some nonsense teleporting fucking soulishness anyway. We can just as well, you know, sit back and enjoy our time doing something else. And wait for them to come closer, basically. Like this. See, it's like this, when you already know they're gonna do it. Can kinda plan ahead and around it, but still, it is a pain in the ass. Destroys the idea of a fucking combat line. That is not something I would like to see destroyed. Quite the opposite, actually. Can't really use the fire stack here. Yeah, we'll give them a poison bloom. And you just make sure they regret ever being alive. Don't you love making people regret that their whole existence, basically? Such a pleasing little thing. The Rod Skulls, Configurator Blight. Not bad at all. Then we have the Firebug. I'm gonna say a spell, I'm not using that often now that I think about it. Yeah, anything else? Don't really need any of that. Overwhelming Wave. You know, that's the sort of thing you really don't want to do. Yet 2 doesn't seem like it's going to... Nope.
That didn't work. Need to try something else.
No, let's just slowly and deliberately murder the rest of them.
I'm your ally.
No. Pretty sure that should be all of the trouble. Yep. And I'm going to assume that this is going to be another entrance way because it really looks like one. You know, just going to point it out. Probably going to be. Because we have found the second door then. What do we have here? Massive crystal. Its jagged edges iridescent with an unearthly glow. Pierce through the... oh no! Dome. Mosaics and tiles have been carefully arranged around the strange rock. That's safe. I think we'll actually need to rest because my health situation is not turning out well. Oh, for fuck's sake. thin film of iridescent dust floats on the calm surface of the waters, obscuring its depths. Really makes you wonder just how many more fucking enemies can you put in here? The answer is many. Very many. The chamber of the fallen moon. Can I rest just like this? Yes, I can. Because I technically don't see any enemies. Oh, pain. I do love it. You'll go no farther. No, I will. You're not going to stop me, mind you. Don't get me wrong, you will try. I'm gonna be sitting here getting very much pissed off about it, but in the long run of things, you will not stop me. You'd also be pretty much idiot to assume that you will actually manage to stop me. Then again, the world is full of idiots, so I guess there's that to consider. Such a nice ability, isn't it? Stunning every last little fucking idiot. But it also means you're gonna do damage like, you know, nobody's business. Which is, all things considered, rather pleasing. Nice. Everybody dead. Ah, so many dead people. At this point in time, you kind of have to question yourself, like, is it actually worth it? Craftsmanship that gave form to the statue appears too skilled and refined to come from mortal hands. Who knows? Who knows indeed? Now let's avoid the Hall of Silence. Actually, I do remember that there was another entrance to the Hall of Silence just the other way. Okay, so this is going to lead outside again, I'm assuming. Let's just take a look to make sure. Because I think it will. And at least we already killed the High Abbot, so at least we don't need to assume any more evil enemies. That sounds wrong. Yeah. See, here's another entrance into the Hall of Silence. So we now know that the Hall of Silence is probably just as long as the Hall of Preservance or something. I don't know. I want to say presence, but I forgot the instant I wanted to say it for some bloody reason. Who knows? Mysterious are the ways of the mind, aren't they? Very mysterious. Very, very much. All the forgotten thoughts. Top of the abbey. There's actually a way out. Okay. I do know there's a stair here that is not leading anywhere according to my map. And annoying. Putting it mildly. Okay, let's first explore the rest of this level. I don't really want to. Because honestly, fighting monks and stuff over and over and over again is not really my definition of fun, mostly because they're a pain in the ass to deal with. Like, okay, where is he going? Ah, hey. Okay, component engaging. You know, you could probably make this a lot easier on me if you stop being assholes about it, but of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. Must be quite fun to be little assholes about it. I will however gotta point out, you know, we do have too much in the way of melee. It's too much. Which kind of leads to the fact that I don't have the necessary spacing to actually make good use of it, and, well, that's a pain in the ass. Well, another group down.
Indeed.
And dealt with. Again, we have murdered people. Most profound we murdered them. Well, or something like that. Maybe it wasn't as profound as I make it out to be, but, well, you know, it is.
If you say so, that'll do.
Murder with purpose, at least. So I will claim. And if it's, but you know, while I'm not always doing it like this, mind you, because well, I'm not that much of a masochist, personally speaking, but I do sometimes try to go the way of, you know, living with your mistakes. Because while the greatest power of a player in any game is the ability to save and load, which is a very fair point, mind you. It is still a simple fact that by over-abusing the system, you're kinda making it bad. Oh well, rather boring, I guess, would be a better way of saying it.
Need some.
You're going to regret your existence, little tidal fist. See? That is the interesting part. We are at the point where we're strong enough that if the enemy doesn't, you know, come in actual numbers at us, we are going to murder them somewhat fiercely.
If you say so, got it done.
Pretty obvious when you think about it, but still, you know. Despite the warmth of the nearby fires, a thin layer of frost clings to the store of supplies. How are these people surviving actually if even their fucking food gets frozen over again and again? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's down to the Hall of Silence again. Only there's a lot of ways down to the Hall of Silence. And then there's of course the way from above. There's that. Recheck! Recheck! Protect the abbey! Yeah, that's not going to work. That's really not going to work. And now you really would like to do it, but no. This is not how this is going to work. This is not that kind of story, basically. Not the story about the heroic defenders of the abbey. This is about the people, you know, plundering said abbey. Mostly because they can. It is just like, well, I'm sitting here now, time to reload. But like you just got fecked over really hard. Oh, Mr. Geldsinger, you are kinda alone down here, aren't you? Doesn't feel good now, does it?
Yes.
Okay, why is the rest of my team suddenly turning stupid? Now, thank you very much for finally finding it in you to attack him, because, well, kinda have to.
Indeed.
Okay, this leads back here. This is probably another entrance. Ramparts of the area. Okay, maybe we should check this out. Should be the area we already know of, but you know, just making sure. Okay, so planning wise, first we go out here. Because I do have to make myself a little plan, and we're going to try the unmarked stairs. And then we're going to try the Hall of Silence, or maybe the top of the abbey first. Because according to the vision, we kind of need to go to the top first, get the thing, and then come back down and change some picture around. It's got to be fun, isn't it? But I do kind of, you know, want to get things done somewhat. Making good progress in the like. Not it. Back to the unmarked set of stairs. Then apparently appears a way to the top of the abbey. Apparently, I don't remember seeing it, so you know I'm kind of confused there. But the game is like, well, it is. Then we shall believe it. It should know best. So we all want to believe, at least. It is a fucking unmarked chest. Staircase. It does makes you wonder where this actually would lead. Party first and foremost up. I swear to God, this fucking ability annoys me so much. You can't even imagine just how much.
Indeed.
Okay, there is water flows upwards from a thin slit that cuts. First things first, water doesn't flow upwards, you bloody bitches. Water swells and condenses when touched from an elastic barrier that resists any attempts to cross it. Okay. So that's what's going to force us to look around a bit more then. Assuming. Being the fucking hindrance that it is. I mean, realistically speaking, you know, you don't really have to pass through. We have some hook and stuff. We can just throw that thing up here and climb the wall, you know. Of course, game logic dictates otherwise. Still, you know, I'm just gonna point out we could very well do that. That would be a very much realistic response. Key defense. Everything defends nothing. They who defend just one single passageway also defend nothing because they're idiots. Quite literally. Quite literally the idiots. Let's gonna check out if we can actually get through here. All the forgotten thoughts. And well, I guess then the only way we have left is actually the two passages down to the Hall of Silence. The reliquary. Okay, so now it's marked actually. Yeah, it's a good beginning. Make use of the fast mode. Okay, so how am I supposed to... Maybe I can't yet. Maybe I have to plug something else first. But I guess my only real option is then to go down to the Hall of Silence and take an educated look around. See what's happening down there. We shall find out one way or another. I'm expecting more monks. And that means I'm expecting more annoyances. Which is still a very nice way of putting it. I could have put that a lot more direct. A lot more. Had a great beginning. Yes, don't we all love it when they do it? Basically, yes, like the fucking plague, we love it. That is a lot of damage that we're eating there for no bloody good reason. Really not necessarily what you want to suffer. Yeah, as punishment I will steal all of your shit.
I shall.
You deserve it. And the monks are like, you are invading our fucking place, how do you have any right? And I'm sitting like, yeah, might makes right, doesn't it? Funnily enough, that is actually a working concept. For once. Not a nice and civilized concept, but a very old and workable concept. What gives you any right to be here? I'm here by the right of my might. Quite literally. Protect Jeremy! Yeah, try your best. Amuse me greatly. Dancing electricity because, well, fuck you. He can slide while reloading his gun. He is a magician. Most profound.
I'm here.
Most profound indeed. His art is the slidey step. Very, very special kind of movement. Massive, coppery bones, encased under the eyes, seem to be part of the hips of a giant skeleton. Well, yes, pretty much everything around here seems to be part of a giant skeleton. Actually, how the fuck kind of living being would that ever be? How would that even work? Considering how fucking big that thing is, it should be crushed by its own weight. I mean, quite literally. Attack! Murder the fiends! They're like, we're not the fiends here. You already forgotten about that again. Why do you always fucking do this? Could you fucking stop? Jesus fucking Christ, every single fucking time. This really doesn't make much fun. It's such an annoying little thing to do all the bloody time. It's not even going to change the result, it's just going to make me feel fucking annoyed. For no bloody reason. Jesus fucking Christ, how can you be so fucking annoying? It's unbelievable. In 100 ways it's unbelievable. This is just going to fucking continue, isn't it? Bloody fucking annoying. It doesn't change shit, you're just going to die. See, did it change anything? No. But ended exactly how it would have ended anyway. Hope you're feeling happy about yourself for being fucking assholes. Making me having to rest again. Such a royal pain in the ass. See? Nothing has changed. That's the whole point. Yes. Very annoying system. Very annoying system indeed. Because that means I kinda need to rest again, because, well, my little priest boy is getting dangerously low. And I don't really like that. Now then, let's just hope that these fucking halls are over soon, because they have had more than enough of the fill of monks. Fucking annoying creatures. All. Well, that is fucking holy. That is a fucking annoying way to fight. And I really don't see any need to fucking micro and run around with my little priest all the bloody time. That's just gonna get really annoying really quickly. Which I kinda would, you know, enjoy it to get done. Really, really, really would. Good, let's go down again. Ah. Yep, still need that. Or a good bit of coffee. Where are we going to end? Probably in another hell. And even worse hell. Who would want that? I have a nice amount of quest items at this point. I don't trust this. At fucking all. Low tide monk, low tide cipher. Brings you whenever a cracked nail scratch the stone. Yeah, that would be cringing. An acrid and pungent smell claims up from the depths of this pit. That doesn't sound too pleasing. It's a great many dead people. Okay, so this would actually be where you end up if you really, really were sneaky, apparently. Or maybe. Don't worry, just attack whatever you feel pleasing. Take those up there and get done with it.
I'm here.
Now then, let's see what the dead bodies actually hold. Despite the icy sheen that covers these webs, their threads gently vibrate at the slightest disturbance.
I shall.
Means the spiders are still active inside this area. Well, so far so good. Now we need to find out about all of the other nonsense that's happening around here. Well, there's a nice little soul guide. Probably can ask him. Hovering over a skeleton, half trapped in ice, a faint trace of essence lingers in the cold air of the cavern. Reach out then. You let your soul envelop the essence. Memory spread in a thin mist under you. Dim and torn, their scattered fragments, floating like motes of dust in the twilight. You walk into an oblong chamber. Stones of its underground walls glisten, still wet from the floodwaters. Hand clasped on your shoulders, you hear a whisper. Athrek, I don't want to look. The memory vanishes and all you see is a slab of stone. You're staring at it, just inches away from the wall. Your fingers trace circles on it, digging into the moss that dinks on its weathered surface. You're not sure how long you've been touching it. Perhaps you've always been. A scream joins a jolt you. It echoes thunder throughout the halls. Your ears hurt, a pain that digs deep, burying into your head like a twisted dagger. You run. Others run. You don't know them, you can't remember them, but somehow you take comfort in their presence. Yes, they will help you with the pain, the noise. You will kill it. The anger of the memory subsides, and now you're sitting down on a steps carved on rock. Dozens of skeletons lie below, beneath frozen water. Their jaws hang open, silent. Yet, what's that? A low rumble, gargling, growing, deafening. You snap your head to the side in anguish and see it, the water rushing down the halls, pushing you in a torrent of white foam. You fall, your mouth opens to shout, but your screams are muffled as it fills with water. And so you will end up just like the other skeletons, with your mouth open, hanging like a bitch. Quite literally. These two are sealed shut. Now, are they going to attack me if I open the gate? Yes, of course they will. Okay, I'm not going to try and face it like this. This is fucking news. It's we need to set this up a lot better if we want to deal with that. First,
Indeed.
let's pull back. You stay here.
Yes.
Ring, ring.
Hey. Of course.
I'm here.
Okay, so we can avoid it. They're becoming aggressive. by just being away. Apparently. Smart move.
So this is how Andra takes care of her own.
Well, apparently.
Who's there?
It's Asai, your best friend. And you owe me money. Tufts of downy grey hair sprout from the back of this man's scalp like shrubs. His lower hip curls inwards over the row of teeth that appears to mostly fallen out. The musty odor hangs about him like a fog.
Is that you, Edith? I thought I'd lost you. I called for you. I wanted to search, but the blizzard lasted days. I'm so sorry.
He extends a hand in gesture of apology. Then the fingers curl and he draws it back. He squints as if trying to see you better.
But wait. We did find you. When the thaw finally came, I saw you rigid, frozen. You cannot be Edith. No, we are in the Abbey. Gift bearers. And you must be the Tidebringer.
Well, I believe you're still confused.
Confused? Yes. My memory is not what it once was, nor my eyesight. I suppose it matters little. The Tidebringer will come one day, and the terrible cycle will continue. The halls of silence. They take our minds, memory by memory. It would be peaceful, we were told, like going to sleep.
Let me guess, it wasn't.
Look around you. We, the low tide, who have been sealed down here all these many years, do we seem at peace to you?
Nope,
We are
not
lost.
even close.
Terrified.
So who are you?
No one has asked me in I don't know how long. Who was I? I was the High Abbot, wasn't it?
Well, that's good because the other one is dead, so they kinda need a new one.
High Abbot. Ferentis. That was me. Or the one before me, if not. No longer, though. I am just another brother of the low tide. I remember a woman. Was she my wife? She had curls in her hair, and she spoke softly. What became of her?
Probably better not to think about
I
that.
carry so many memories that I took from strangers who wanted to be rid of them. I don't know what's mine anymore. And there are so many holes. Every image a blur or a void.
Well, that's kinda what happens when you take on so much fuck.
Would that I could be free of this place. Free to make new memories. To know who I am.
So what is it that the Tidebreaker is meant to do?
Tidebringer comes to replace the High Abbot. The ritual is called... It is called... The Rising. Yes. We carry so many memories. Tragic or dangerous some. We live above for a time. Devoted to Andra.
And then you're kinda reaching the end of that, eh?
Then we come here to forget it all. Wash our souls clean of the memories. When it is done, a Tidebringer is summoned. Those above, the high tide, they become the low tide. It means they are brought here to the halls of silence, but not before the old low tide are removed, drowned in a flood, and swept away.
Well, that's a very nice and efficient
Rising.
systems they've got here. They did not choose to be here.
We did. We chose it when we thought it was our duty, and that it would be peaceful. But the more we forget, the less we understand. Every day something familiar becomes strange. If I had known, I'd never have accepted my assignment to the Abbey. Nor would many, I suspect.
You wonder why they weren't telling you.
He made his choice when he was of sound mind. He's not himself anymore. Better to finish the ritual and release him back to the wheel.
So what does he want from
There
me?
is a relic, an aspergillum, it was called. What was it?
He thinks for a while. Faint expression, slips mouthing
Well,
words.
it doesn't matter. It controls the floodwaters, but also the outer floodgates. Andra's Witness. That is the name. It is down here, but I don't recall how to reach it. The High Abbot knows. If you can find out from him, you could set us free. Open the gates. We would leave in peace and finish our lives in dignity.
Are you really certain it's a good idea to release the low tide in their condition?
We are all so old now. There is little damage we could do in this state.
I mean, you make a
I don't
point.
know. We had this old fella in Gilded Vale. Looked harmless, couldn't talk, but he'd bite you if you tried to steal his steak when no one was looking.
I mean, good point.
Once we are free of this place, we will be able to make memories again. The confusion and paranoia will pass.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Use the door behind me. Safer that way.
This is not nice, actually. Andra is really not treating her people too well. In this particular case.
Charge! Death comes for you.
Death comes swiftly. That wouldn't really hit. This will hit. I mean, we all knew they would fucking do it again. They would find the fucking way. Is anybody even surprised at this point? I am not. Not surprised, but I am annoyed.
Lead the way.
And what else could we actually make use of? Come on. You will die, you people. It's going to take fucking forever. You will die. I tell you that much. Also, honestly, by the time I'm done with this, there's probably not going to be much left of the low tide. I will assume. Mostly for... There's obvious reasons, actually, when you think about it. Not like I want to kill them without any mercy, it's just that, you know, when I'm getting attacked, I have a tendency to defend myself. Beyond the door, you catch glimpses of shapes in the darkness, wails and whispers, faint and erratic, from within these sealed halls. So some are just sealed in, I'm assuming. Old-time paladin.
This ends here.
Well, yeah, this will end here. Pure bloody murder. Wow. This looks painful. Again.
Hey.
Yeah, how much I fucking hate this ability. Such an annoying ability. Da, 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 da. Blah. And then, last one.
Of course.
Okay, apparently not. Going to let me just read that. Beyond the door, you catch glimpses of the shapes in the dark. So it's the same as the other one. Different scenes of an ocean shoreline are carved into 4 stone panels, arranged almost haphazardly at different heights, along a network of rails. Inspect the panels. Panels are fixed to a set of rails that curve and crisscross in patterns that remind you of seaweed. There are 4 depressions in the wall behind the rails, which the panels look like they would fit. Panels show variously a barren shore, a city in flames, a flourishing city, and a tidal waves. It appears that any panel can be split into any depression by following the network of rails. Move which panel to the first empty depression. The flourishing city. Once the panel magically rests on the wall, you gently press on it. It slides without resistance and looks into place. Then the city in flames. Okay. Flames, then the tidal waves, then the barren shore. And these stone slabs begin to move on their own and revert to original positions. Okay. So I'm assuming this is going to be like the one upstairs outside. The one that was very haphazardly arranged. So I'm assuming I will have to actually go up and find out. Reread how that was precisely set up. Not the most pleasant thing to having to go up for that alone, but well. We don't really have much of a choice, so, you know. Let's actually put fast mode. That's precisely what, you know, fast mode is actually meant for. Faster moving. Because I'm going to assume this is going to be very much And usually you would go for the obvious thing, like, you know, this is just basically a record where it's like, okay, you start with the city gets all high mighty burnt, you got purge the city, and the land goes barren. You would assume, but that of course you would be fooled. Excuse me. That one sat in my nose for quite a while without coming out, and then it just suddenly booped outside. Okay, the first panel is the end. Second panel is the flood. Third panel is the app, which is the fourth panel is the beginning. Okay. So it's burning city, flood, app, and yeah, okay. Let's see. Basically a metaphorical way of speaking of, you know, the cycle of rebirth, where it's like, even if the old dies in flames, it's just going to be washed away and renewed. Okay, game. Wanting to go all yada yada on me? Fine, game. Fine and dandy. I'll take it. Actually, is it just me, or is the frequency of the music actually increasing? It feels like it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that that is bad, it's actually something very, very good. Now then, arrange the panels. So the first is actually the city in flames. The second one is the tidal wave. The third one is the barren shore. The fourth one is the side. You complete the sequence of the last battle. Let's not gently. The panels retract, lock into place. Behind the heavy stones, there's a metallic groan, then a steady whir. Small tile about waist-high slides back. Beneath there is a carving. It shows an image of an ocean wave curled around a crescent moon. Form the sign of the tide on the hidden carving. Curl your hand as scout who had done, and position it over the carving of the wave. Using your other hand, you trace the arc of the crescent with your index and little fingers. A heavy rumble stirs the ground. From all around you comes the sound of rushing water. I've created a magical little bridge. I'm good at what I'm doing. And it's back a safe game in case something horrible happens. As usual, quick save. Embedded in this deep, semicircular slab is what looks to be a vessel for the sprinkling of holy water. In this context, however, it looks more like a lever. There are images engraved on the wall behind it, one of the rising wave, one of an open gate. Point the object toward the open gate. Distance you hear the mechanical snap of rusted locks and the groan of iron hinges. And they're like, yay, freedom! Run for the hills! I mean, it's a fair point, I'd say. But stop them! Oppression, do not harm them! Echoing voices reach your ears. The words are unintelligible, but you can make out laughter, crying, and cheers. Soon after, shouts of alarm resonate in the distance. With a click, the machine releases its hold on a strange rod. You pack the vessel away.
They'll fit right in with the rest of the crazy Deerwoodens.
Don't they? then let's take a look if there's anything up here that has opened up and that we might want to get involved in. I don't really think so. I don't really think we can actually go inside here, but, you know. Taking a bit of a look around is not going to hurt us. Yes, he left. Yes, he has left. Okay, so now we need to go to the upper layer again. I'm assuming. I have Under's witness in my position. Maybe what I need to access the reliquary. I mean, yeah. I think it's probably what we need to take care of the water barrier upstairs. So, I'm assuming. Assumptions, as they used to say. Assumptions indeed. Oop. To the reliquary we shall go. Making good progress here and there and everywhere. Oh well, at least I am personally somewhat happy. So the water knows of its master. Ah, I see. Well, apparently this is where the head is. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so this would lead back to the place of the High Abbot then, I'm assuming.
I knew the Abbey was a secret, but I had no idea.
Okay, there's a door here. Where does this lead? You know, when a game is like examine things, do this. This is your main quest, your main objective. You will do everything else first and then do it. I do love it when games actually take a bit of a piss on that and start punishing you for that. Although, you know. Yeah, so now I can actually just use this. Interesting, interesting. I couldn't use it before, but now I can. Now we have become stronger than ever. Unbelievable power at your disposal, basically. Capacity the outskirts of the Abbey. What would you like to do? Oh, we kinda not yet finished. The cracks on this jawbone suggest that a forceful blow separated it from its skull. Okay. Lodged between rows of crystalline rock, a large fragment of metal protrudes. It looks as though it might be possible to pry it loose. Well, pull it out then. With your touch, the splinter of metal begins to glow orange. Heat surges up your hands and arms and envelops you with such intensity you feel as though you are melting down. Heat spreads to the world around you, turns it orange and then yellow and then white. Round the sky, everything around you drips in molten globs. Begins to take shape beneath you. An invisible mold. You and the shard are the last things to melt and fall. And your addition to the molten pool completes the shape of an immense hammer. The metal cools as quickly as it had heated. The handle is gripped now by two great leathery hands, and the hammer is cocked back over a shoulder as broad and mottled as a hilltop. The wielder whirls around and heaves the hammer. You are flying upward, for what seems like ages, into the airless blackness above. As you spin, you catch glimpses of a rock large enough to be a moon. It is close, far too close to the world. The force of the impact shatters hammer and stone alike. The rock is redirected outward, but a section of the front face is cleaved off and begins to fall, splintering apart at the cracks. 100,000 fragments blossoming outward in all directions. Debris showers the atmosphere, trading smoke and fire. Below, land and sea are far off, but gradually rising up. Look at the sea. The largest of the fragments, white as a city, barrels downward into a fiery cocoon. Its size reduces at the edges immolate, but it won't burn up in time. The land silent in the distant ocean, sending a column of water skyward, radiating ripples spread like wrinkles in fabric. And a sound comes rearing up through the sky. It sounds like thunder. Look to the land! Features are becoming clearer by the moment you streak toward the earth. You're lodged in an enormous boulder, falling among other smaller fragments that heat and burst around you on all sides. Beneath you, snow-capped mountains rise up, dotted here and there by cities of stone and ardra. The impact will be the destruction of all of them. Shadow, your rock fragment, is visible now, getting larger by the second. You're moments away from striking the ground when a massive shape throws itself into your path. The last thing you hear sounds like another rumbling impact. That isn't what it is. It's a chuckle. Relieved, breathless, you hear two words. Made it. Just like, yeah, boy, did it, did good. Everything goes dark. You go open your eyes. The metal hammer fragment has come free. You now hold it in your hands. It is warm to the touch. The air around you is suddenly turbulent, spiteful. A cold, damp wind wisps your face. Salt crystals collect in your nostrils and creases of your eyes. Below you comes blue-gray and glassy, churning and rolling, and when you fall, you crash through water. Violent waves hurl and spin you. Something slithers around your ankles, seizes you with incredible strength, and drags you down to silty depths. When the pulling stops, you're hovering at the center of an endless blue abyss. You see neither surface nor floor. You seem to be facing downward, but there's no way to be sure. A voice sounds from everywhere at once, an immense pressure wave. Each utterance sends you reeling.
Deceitful wretch! Grave robber! You who dig for that which you did not bury, speak! Explain yourself and be judged.
We're quitting French. Yeah, sure. Insulting a goddess is probably a good idea. To start off with. I seek a means of defending defeating an army that threatens my lands. No, I don't want to defend them.
You seek what is mine! What was rightfully lost!
Yeah, but propels you, sending you end over end. Like, whee!
Your actions speak for themselves. The battery opened. The forge ignited.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at what I'm doing.
You showed mercy to souls that evaded my judgment. Secured them to the battery's defenses. Mercy was not yours to give.
Well, screw you, bitch.
The dwarves sealed their own fate. The forge was meant to be forgotten.
Woo-hoo-hoo, cry me a fucking river.
And now, here you are again, denying peace to the buried.
Bitch, please, do you know how many people I've murdered to get here? The turbulence around you calms. Silt settles like a slow exhalation. That vast dark seascape beyond the murk fades in. Rays of light trickle down from far above onto green-gold columns of kelp that rise from the depths and sway back and forth in the current. Fish and mollusks patrol them in groups of hundreds and thousands. The nearest pass you with watchful eyes. What do you mean the forge is meant to be forgotten?
It was never meant for mortal use. Such power, such truths lie within it. It can bring only ruin.
Well, maybe next time put a sign out.
When the Pargrunin came to the White March, they were peaceful. They shared common beliefs and purpose. Their visions for the Forge tore them apart. You have seen this for yourself.
I have indeed.
They would have destroyed themselves in the end.
How convenient that we'll never know.
You need only look to the history of your own civilization for assurance.
Yeah, but you know.
How many wars, how many fallen empires might have been averted if only their leaders could forget the objects of their
Yeah,
ambition.
but then we wouldn't fucking be humans. We'd be fucking machines going for the most efficient path.
I mourned the loss of the Pargrunin. Misfortune brought them here. They did not deserve to end so soon.
The army that destroyed the dwarves, the Eyeless, are they yours?
What the world casts aside, I take into my care. A thing may be forgotten, but it is never alone as long as I am here.
It does not answer my
They
question.
were lost children, abandoned, fixed on a purpose that no longer had meaning.
That answered my question.
I took them in, gave them new purpose. I did not create them, but yes, they are mine.
No, they are not. They are Abidans.
They were his once. I won't deny it. He created them as assistants to carry out his work on Eora. But he has long been the overseer of progress in the world. Leaving things behind has always been his way. I allow him to leave his past in my care, so that it does not hold him back. Speak your mind.
You haven't given me the whole truth about the Eyeless, have you? Oh, I'm gonna be smarter.
Careful what you accuse a god of, mortal.
Bitch, please, I am intelligent. The world around you is suddenly icy. You can feel it zap the heat from your veins. But we are intellect 14. Abaddon didn't abandon those creatures. You made him forget them. Otherwise he might remember how he died.
And what if I did, mortal? It does him no harm to forget. On the contrary, it lifts a burden. If Abaddon remembered, it would threaten the harmony between the gods. It was not so long ago that conflict between us led to disaster in your world, and the death of one of our number.
Well, boo-hoo-hoo. One of you died. How many millions of mortals died?
Memory is but an
I don't even
image
want to
we
know.
create to make sense of the present. It carries no truth or meaning but what we ascribe.
Oh, for fuck's sake, woman. Do you want me to ramble on and on about how fucking important memories and shaping your view on the fucking present?
A slight alteration to it is a small price to pay for peace.
Well, you know, it is wrong to deceive him. I expected better from a god.
Memory deceives. It distorts.
It does
it
fucking not.
reimagines. This is no different.
Sure, your perspective on things change. Over your memories, over time, surely. But that is normal.
The peace between the gods is already fragile. It will not withstand another shock.
Well, let me ask
You
something
may
else.
ask.
What are the bones of one god enduring sealed in the temple of another?
Do not play coy with a god, Watcher. I know you have seen his death. I feel it whenever a forgotten thing is taken from me.
I didn't take that. I kind of got pretty much unasked.
Abidin did not deserve to die here. This place, it was the least I could do to give his remains some privacy.
The least you could do.
The least I could do for ending his life.
Light drains from your surroundings. The kelp forest becomes a corpse of black tendrils. Stark and twisted as regret.
I called the moon down to me. Ioni brother. It was against his wishes. He would not listen to reason. Would not listen to me.
And you wonder why, you know, people are like, you can't argue with a woman. She quite literally called the fucking moon down.
In his madness, he splintered the moon. But it was not enough. The greatest of the fragments still fell toward that which he would protect.
See, previous point, you quite literally called a fucking moon down on his work. Like, he basically, you know, you have a couple, you know, and the boy's like, I'm going to play with my toy cars with my little toy soldiers. Now the woman's like, boom, destruction. Just look at me, not your toys.
In the end, he took position where it would fall. and absorbed the impact himself.
I thought belligerent called it with the
The only
moons.
brother is their smaller sibling, tiny next to them.
Well, not any longer, I guess. Small enough that the world would survive its impact. Still, you know. But why the temple? Why the secrecy?
That time has been forgotten now, and so his death belongs to me. Everything he was before the impact.
You slew another god. Surely the other gods know this. Surely Abaddon must know. Current surges through the kelp bed, pushing each plant sideways like saplings in a hurricane and propelling you backwards amidst a ton of wayward fish.
No! He cannot know! He must never know!
Ho ho ho, I see I found your weak point.
Understand, he was not always as he is now. His body was not all he left
Yeah, probably you'll remember a lot of cool things once you know.
He was devoted to progress and industry from the beginning. But so too was he devoted to preservation. In those times he would let nothing go. Nothing could be forgotten. His will was iron long before his body.
What was he trying to preserve?
Time has finished much of what I started. I cannot tell you that, mortal, for fear of undoing all its costly work.
Preservation, so that's why he went so far to oppose
We
you.
agreed long ago, all of us, not to alter the course of Kith's civilization. Not directly. Not unless there were no other choice. But in
Okay.
this matter, there was no other choice. He understood that as well as anyone. It was for duty that he opposed it. I would have stopped it if I could, but by then it was too late.
You make it sound as though you were the same
The
one.
other gods knew what had to be done, but they lacked the will to go through with it. Even gods have their attachments.
And at that very moment you admitted that your gods are just mortals with a lot more power at your disposal. You're not wiser, and you're not smarter. You're doing the same fucking nonsense as every bloody mortal does. And still you claim to be so much more. Such bloody hypocrisy.
To erase all knowledge of such a grand thing required unthinkable devastation. The Eastern Reach, Deadfire. Mine was the only solution. When I called down Ione Brother, they remained silent. Even Abaddon. He knew it was for the best.
No, he was probably shocked that his fucking girlfriend decided to destroy his toys.
But he tried to stop it all the same. Perhaps deep down I knew he would. I should have expected it.
Yeah, he surely should
I could
have.
stopped it.
I always love it. So much for the power of the gods. Bitches, all of
You
them.
may ask.
So what does it matter if something is remembered or forgotten? It's in the past in either case.
Memories are the spirits of the past. You of all people should know their sway on the present, Watcher.
Well, perhaps more than I'd care to admit.
Mortals measure the worth of their lives in memory. Who will remember me? How long until I am forgotten?
Yeah, kinda how we are. By
Memory
nature.
governs every thought, informs every choice. It can fuel passion, understanding, love, or it can create obsession, madness.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this, but then again, that's not just, memory. You can create love and passion from seeing something for the first time and be feeling somewhat interested
You
in
have
it.
seen it plague many souls in your travels.
Mm-hmm.
Consider the old Watcher who inherited unspeakable crimes from birth. Or the young woman who committed herself to Brackenbury for love of things she remembered she had. Or the fisherman whose life became a sentence the day he killed his sister. Or the Glonfodden boy for whom an old medallion was worth more than all the fruits of his labors. They could be free from their burdens, if only they could forget.
Their problems go way deeper than just memory. Simply forgetting does not make them
For
go
some,
away.
perhaps. But for many, the memory is all that remains of it.
Yeah, and taking that struggle away means completely eradicating fucking part of their personality.
The fires of Cold Morn died long ago, yet vengeance still burns in this construct's mind.
Yeah, and that is what keeping her alive.
What is vengeance but a fire fueled by memory that consumes the soul?
A fun way to kill time.
Good point.
Cold Morn is not but a memory now. If it no longer intruded on her thoughts, no longer haunted her dreams, she could live a life of her choosing.
Cold Morn is a part of her identity now. It gives her purpose.
So often do we confuse memory with identity.
No, it's actually kinda, you know,
But
synonyms.
memory is who we believe we were, not who we actually are.
The memory of what we did in the past is part of what shapes how we are in the present, so fuck you, Andra.
She would have a different identity now, a more peaceful existence, if she could forget what led her down this path.
Nope.
But I would lose my favorite conversation starter.
Indeed. The light flittering down from the surface seems to focus on Maneha.
You cast your troubling memories aside when you had the opportunity, and you have found the peace you sought.
It's funny. I remember feeling bad, but I don't remember why. It's like having scars for wounds you don't remember. As long as they don't reopen one day, I can live with that.
The source of those wounds is long gone. The memory was all that could do you harm.
Responsibility runs deeper in memory. There was value in the memory, despite
Even when problems have run their course, memory can be the stone that sinks you into the abyss.
I'm still not sure I agree, but no matter.
Your past has not overwhelmed you yet.
Why would it?
Wait, was there something else, mortal?
Why did you pull down Ione, brother? You know. Let's listen at least to the other side before we judgmentally look at her and go like, bad. Bad Andra.
The great conundrum of a god is how close to become with your subjects. Too far and they lose hope. Too close and your own judgment fails.
I guess dropping a rock on their heads is one way to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, I know with no people around, you don't have to worry about it, I guess.
Civilizations are meant to ebb and flow. Allow them to persist for too long in power or knowledge, and you invite catastrophe. There was a time when we let our sympathies get the better of us. When memories were allowed to persist that should have been washed away. The other gods could not be moved to act. I did what had to be done without them.
So, you're talking about the
I
Enwivians?
speak of what is forgotten. I failed that day, but my purpose was achieved in the end. I will not dredge up the memory to satisfy idle curiosity.
Oh, come on, everything is fucking idle curiosity. So I need you to call off the Eyeless then.
On the contrary, mortal, their work must continue. Far too much was uncovered while they lay dormant.
They draw attention to the very things you wish hidden. In my dreams, I have seen them swarming over the Direwood.
Those who know too much of the White Forge will be washed clean from Eora. And then the Eyeless shall rest once more.
Each place. In some lone tribes of dwarfs, the forge sees visitors from all over now. The Eyeless will tear the Direwood apart. It will never be forgotten. The Athenian life around you is just back and forth, agitated, restless. Basically, you're sending them out with such a broad order, and they're going to quite literally tear apart the Direwood, then they're going to go over to Red Ceres, then they're going to go to every other land.
Even if it is as you say, there is nothing that can be done.
Why?
The Eyeless do not think for themselves. They have only the purpose that is given to them.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
They do not stop until the purpose is fulfilled. They will not change course now for me or anyone. I am sorry.
Koto said they could be called off.
Only if those they pursue are no longer a threat. The raid Sarens were stopped before they could take the White Forge. In your case, Watcher, you are well beyond that now. And if what you say is true, then the Deerwood is as well.
I would kind of say that you're kind of responsible here, you know. This was your doing. You must
The
intervene.
interventions of gods seldom work out in anyone's favor. Our touch is too heavy. The world crumbles beneath.
Then why the fuck do you get involved in the first place and create a situation? Like, I really hate the gods.
It is
I do.
why we so often enlist the help of mortals.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
They
Really,
execute our
fuck you.
wishes with greater care.
No, really, fuck you. I'm going to tell everybody that's who it is and to not fucking pray to you. For fuck's sake, first you create a situation like this and then you're like, well, I can't help you now, you have to help yourself. Fucking hell, bitch. If you won't stop them, then I fucking will.
Your determination is commendable. But the eyeless number in the thousands. You will need more than strength or luck.
I will sacrifice every life from Stobber to get newer if need be. This is your mess. You'd better have something to offer.
I will give you what aid I can. I bade the Eyeless to remain hidden when at rest. They are gathered in the hollow of a great rock, splintered from my only brother. It lies in a flooded crater known as Kairin's Scar.
Nice.
Know, too, that they were built to answer the call of their master's hammer. When they hear it strike, they come to its aid.
I see.
If you were to take that piece of his hammer from here and reshape it in Abaddon's forge into a likeness of the original, you might be able to call them to you. But destroying them would be another matter. I know of one way, but only from the center of the Lion's Den. Only with their master's hammer in your service.
Okay.
If you can do all this, if you can reshape what remains of Abaddon's hammer and bring it inside their lair, I can instruct you there on what you would need to do.
It would be easier if it took me
Nothing
long.
I say will make sense until you see it for yourself, mortal. We share a common purpose now. I will see you through it when the time comes.
Fine then. I will remake the hammer in the White Forge and stop the Eyeless, because I don't want to
You
die.
do not be assured. They will come for you as they did for the Pargrunen.
An uneasy turbulence disturbs the calm, like an unwelcome thought.
Careful as you approach the lake. When I claimed the Eyeless, I made sure they would not be discovered while they slept. Many of my most devoted followers stand watch there. They will not allow you near.
And of course you're like, not going to tell them to let you pass. No, you're just going to have to slaughter them. See? And you wonder why it's so fucking bloody bad to serve a god.
And there is something far worse. Something more fearsome and dangerous than any Eyeless. Let us hope you do not attract its
What is it?
attention.
In place of an answer, a sudden surge in the current from beneath sends you hurtling upward. This is above you approaches fast, shifting and glimmering like quicksilver. You are much soaking wet on the stone floor of their reliquary, gasping for breath. You've been holding it for hours. And of course she's not going to tell us anything. Of course not. What a bloody bitch. Recreate Abaddon's hammer. Nice, I can travel directly to the foundry in Durgan's battery. A nice little shortcut. Actually, that means also the title of my stream is doubly fitting because... Well, first I named it that because, you know, now Eyeless really do know what a good hammer time is, but now it's like, well, we also reforge a hammer, so... That's fitting. I was actually not planning on this. Sometimes things just end up somewhat fitting, you know. You can't really help it. Incredible heat ripples upwards from the White Forge and laps against your exposed skin. The fragment of Abaddon's hammer grows warm in your hands, as if in recognition. It is only a fraction of the size of the original, but it is metal enough to create a hammer fit for a person of your size to wield. In this forge, the fragment could be shaped anew. Recreate Abaddon's hammer. Call to mind every memory you have witnessed of the Great Hammer. Images coalesce and take shape in your mind's eye. You know every curve, every engraving. Even as a shapeless lump of metal, you can see the fragment for what it is meant to become. The fragment is slow to heat, even in the White Forge. Quick to cool as you work it against the anvil. Sweat drizzles down your body and puddles at your feet. Your arm grows sorer with each swing of your forge hammer, till you can barely lift it. Minutes turn to hours. As Abaddon's hammer begins to take shape, the ring of your own hammer against it takes on a million tone. What did you feared in your dreams? With each strike, an image flashes in your mind. It is hazy at first, but it gains detail as the hammer begins to reassemble the original. Over time, the image becomes a frozen landscape centered around a crater lake. Eyeless patrol its frozen surface in droves, and this can only be the place Undra described, Kairin's Scar. The eyeless pause here and there when you strike and look up, so hearing the echo on the wind. In the distance, small details appear. You can see Rosa landmarks, Stalwart, Durgan's Battery, and you stand where the lake lies in the White Marsh, where you must take this hammer. Finally, with the careful etching of the last detail with your chisel, the hammer is completed. No sooner do you make the final mark than you feel a pure, radiant energy pulsing from within it like a mechanical heartbeat. There is an indescribable beauty to the shape of the weighting and the design. It feels as if this is the realization of the metal's purpose. Take up the hammer. Its power rushes over you in waves, and it shakes you up to your knees. The tremor passes, but the surge of power remains. The hair on your arms stands on end. In your hands is a faithful recreation of a divine instrument.
Watch where you swing that thing.
I have a hammer of unbelievable power.
I've heard enough.
The sounds of the argument reach you from the stairs. Davian marches into the room, arms crossed, while Ringara bounds along behind
This
him.
threatens all of us now.
Matron Berrigan lumbers after Darian and Vengra, flanked by two stout ogres.
She's right. We've got to fight together.
You also recognize Cedric following them. His shoulders are rigid, his arms are clasped in front of him. Vengra sees you and points enthusiastically.
See, Darian, she'll tell ya. We can stop him.
Tension trickles in the air. Darian whirls and cuts Vengra off with a chopping motion.
If she's seen them, she knows better.
What's going on here?
Killed a whole crew of hunters out in the wood. Tore them apart like dolls, insects.
Despite his steady posture, his eyes flit and flicker like flies, and his upper lip shines with sweat.
Something like the creatures that attacked my fort, perhaps?
Kinda. Berrigan mutters something to her escort, and they snort in agitation.
I told ya. All we gotta do is get him in range of these cannons, and then we blast him.
We don't even know what they are.
He shuts his eyes and breathes loudly through his nose. I do. That you like, but this isn't important. But when is that it'll destroy us all, and more if they aren't stopped. Yeah, the playthings are foolish and irresponsible gods.
The destruction my dreams warned me of.
Berrigan's gaze is distant with horror. Suddenly, he rounds on Vengra and Darian.
And your greed and recklessness have brought them on us all!
She rolls her shoulders back and bares her teeth at the two villagers. The rage hangs around her like a musk. Darian and Vengra each take a step back, square off against the ogres.
You burning our village didn't help matters none.
It wasn't my clan that attacked you.
No difference. One ogre stinks as bad as the next.
Calm down, everyone. None of that matters now. It's a good point, actually.
I came to offer my clan's help. The White March has been our home for centuries. We'll defend it alongside you.
The ogre is flanking your grunt there. Assent. Your aid would be welcome. She presents an ancient, banded horn on both of her clue hands, holding it out to you.
Sound it anywhere in the White March, and 3 of my best warriors will be at your side. Your battles become ours.
Good. A shrieking quite literally needed.
What's your plan for dealing with them exactly?
Well, the Eyeless are hidden at Karen's car. I'll face them there.
That lake's notorious. Folk never come back from that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Precisely.
You'll need all the help you can get. I have fewer men to offer than I would like, but the Iron Flail stands ready. Our siege weapons are at your disposal.
Nice.
The same ones you threw at the battery's walls?
These Eyeless will come for us all if they aren't stopped here and now.
Good fucking
Forget
point.
it. You're not bringing your army into our backyard. Tell him.
We need to work together. It's no time to worry about what's past.
Guess you're right. Won't be anything left of Stalwart if we don't stop these monsters anyway.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Let's worry about the politics later and save our little hides first. Assemble at Karen's guard. Await your orders. Be ready, my friend. It will be a great battle. It will be. That's the whole problem. Because you will probably leave me alone and then I have to fight everyone. Yeah.
Ahem. You know, those heavy cannons you fixed might come in handy.
You don't say.
Hey, hear me out. Karen's scar should be just in range for those guns. You just point out your target and I'll do the rest.
If those things are on the move, we don't have much time. If you're really gonna stop them, take this. It's the best of the ore we've pulled from Stalwart's mines. It's not much,
Nice.
but it's good enough to make the old Pargrunen smiths proud. I'm sorry about what I said before. Just don't take it out on the rest of the village.
Bitch, please, I'm a fucking hero. I've been trying to save your little behinds for quite a long while at this point. May call upon the aid of crackovers by using Barunga's battle horn. Carrion Scar. Can call for the return side by using the burning pitch trebuchet ability. Carrion Scar. Call for the return side by using the burning pitch. Yes.
Yes?
Okay, so for some reason I've decided to to equip that hammer. I mean, sure, nice and dandy, but not going to make you feel good. Just say. Now, throw all of the stuff away again. Go like, boom, I have the hammer. I am the hammer now. Do I want to take a nice little look at any of this nonsense? I have the small shield. Do a super plate. Minus 4 accuracy grants winter's wind, freezing damage grants bush. And it's superb, but gives +4 shield deflection. Yeah, it looks a lot nicer. Armor wise, I don't really think I have ever found anything better than what I have, basically. And white crystal. I mean, on one hand, yes, on the next hand, no. Please, please, no. Yet not go there. I mean, it gives me a bit more deflection, so I guess I'm kind of gonna take it. So I have a pierce bone, dia bonus, slash dia bonus, and shoes of constitution. Okay, maybe have might of resolve. There's a ring, formal footwear. Doesn't really seem like we have executioner, so they persuade me accuracy for 5 seconds for missed an attack runs to the presence. I kinda want to set this up over and over again and a bit different. On one hand. On another hand, I'm still kinda happy with what we have, so you know, there's that. Also the sheer amount of fucking two-handed weapons we have. Severely lacking in the area of one-handed weapons, huh? That are, you know, very, very useful. I think I like this one more. What do we actually have? There's a breath of affliction and freedom pierce proved. That seems a lot more useful. Of constitution and mixed endurance bonus. I don't think we can do much better for somebody like you. Very much, honestly, so. You're actually pretty well equipped, all things considered. It just does a bit better. I think it's actually not a bad setup at all. It looks kinda cute. Maybe we should actually go for some of might. We do kinda lose out a bit on a few little things. I don't really want to. And let's actually stay with what we have for now. Jesus Christ, 100 fortitude. That's not bad at all, actually. And then we have movement rate bonus. Midnight Shroud. I don't think we have anything comparatively speaking as good as this. Not even much of a use to you there. What else do we have equipped on you? Slayer of Dexterity. Reflection, and we have Stealthy and Constitution. Yeah, we have you, little one. You are using the Lorraine, a unique two-handed wand. Maybe not a bad idea to change this around. You're wearing medium armor. It's probably not really a bad idea to have this equipped. Foreseeing that the +10, yeah. Kinda figured. Fin walkers. That allows you to be very much hard to get rid of. That is good. Range is pretty good. Spell damage multiplier is pretty good. Range deflect bonus not that useful. This setup, then as for you using the arquebus, aren't you? Yes, you are more arquebus man, and I don't think we have found any especially pleasing one. Defense, eye strip, perception, exceptional. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually liking this a bit more. Just going off the looks in this case, because you know it's actually a lot more pleasing. Overseeing it with a fortitude of reflex of will. At least use the better variant then. Okay, that has probably in all of the time not really helped us much, to put it mildly. Spell bonus multiplier, the multiplication though, that is probably going to help. Only usable, okay. I was like, huh? Why? It would seem rather fitting, but apparently, no. No property speed. I do like his ability to run away, but he still dies very, very much. Easily enough. Runs corrose. This would probably be actually better. Kinda would like to have something better for his neck, honestly. I mean, off deflection is not bad. Mind lines of constitution. Stealthy, range direction with minus spellbind. Plus 3 damage deduction, plus 18, plus 5 total defenses. This seems kind of useful. Yep, makes him a lot more tougher. I like it.
Indeed. Indeed.
At some point I should probably sit down and actually re-equip everybody and do it nice. Go to the west tower, please. So, I kinda would like to go back and replace Maneha with our dearly beloved Elf again, so we have a nice little mage with us again, and I think it would probably be a lot better. Have that with me. Okay, let's actually just go to the front gates and see if we can't do this, because I would like to do this. And then I think I actually will end it here and leave you with a bit of a cliffhanger. No, not the nicest thing to do, but it is getting rather late, and since right now I actually have to, well, basically get to and from work with public transportation, I'm kinda fucked in a way. Not the most pleasant. There's getting fucked in a very pleasant way, and then there's this. Which means I kinda have to, you know, take a bit more time into account for what's to come. Usually. And it's time to revisit my own very little castle and go like, well, this is nice. Tish nice indeed. Home sweet home. I mean, quite literally, it is our dearly beloved.
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home, but your fortress is impressive in its own little way.
Jaina favors an old hero since has arrived at the stronghold. She was here to help wins, but your patrons intervened. That's just a prestigious visitor.
How may I help?
That's something we're going to find out now, isn't it? I always love when the game is like this. Like, you can't just do this. Yes, game. Hardly I can't. Thank you very much. Now, get out of the way. Let us actually look. You are using a scepter, two-handed unique. Don't think I have anything comparatively. No, I don't. Otherwise, Torch-based burn, corrode, repel speed, because ice rip when hit or critically hit, plus 2 perception. Ropes of the Tidebringer. Target charms, confused attacks, and intimidated attacks, grants mature unconscious. Ready attack speed. Wow. Does grant me more damage reduction though, so I kinda like to go for that. Now, what actually do we have? You have a 42 to reflex of will. Apparently we don't have the better variant anymore. Binding of Constitution. Well, damage multiplier. Always nice. I kinda wonder though if that is actually going to work well with stuff like my little chanticles, because technically they are a spell. Makes you wonder if that is then going to work. I don't think it's going to help us much, honestly. Grants unbinding when endurance below taking healing over time. Makes him look somewhat horrible, but you know, it's not really a bad thing. Might is actually a pretty damn useful thing to have. So you do kind of like that. Still looks horrible as fuck. Guns is still open and turns up to 90%. Plus 4 to intelligent. I can't really go against that. That seems a lot useful.
I'm here.
Now then. So far, so good. We are moving forward with great strides. Let's take a little look again to see what's left. Still Songs of the Wild. The Trial of the Runs is not going to finish yet. This is involving a fucking dragon. This is involving a fucking dragon. This is probably involving another fucking dragon. This is involving another fucking dragon. Well, we do have the nice little hammer now, and I guess as far as quests go, we are as far as we can go. Let us take a nice little rest. More might, because might makes right. And yeah, I think with this actually I will beat you at you for the moment. Have a good one and all that, and well, thanks for dropping by. It is as usual appreciated, very much so. And let me see here. I think we actually had someone, yeah. Oh, excuse me, I can see it. Nostalgia_C. To name somebody. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, that's nice. Do like it. And yeah, of course, everybody else who is not that easily nameable, you too feel appreciated. Once again, we thank you for your service. To make it very much sounding more royal than I ever would be in my whole life, probably. Even if I were to marry into that, I'd probably never get into that spirit. But, well, we tried. It was nice for once. Respect your king and all of that. And, yeah. Tomorrow is, Saturday. It's for me sadly a long day again, because, well, you know, it's not like I have enough fucking nonsense going on in 1 week. Why not do another long Saturday too, to, you know, really round out all of the fucking nonsense. So what it means is probably going to be somewhat late for me to start streaming, but I think we'll actually try and finish Resident Evil for once, and depending on how long that takes, we're either going to do something else, probably somewhere between Drakengard 3 and one or another Age of Empires. I'm kind of getting a bit, you know, itch for the good old Age of Empires. It is kind of feeling nice to play the old ones again, looking all nice and HD-like. That's nice. I'm going to murder the kitty, because he just decided that apparently he wants war. Don't worry, I'm relatively sure we'll win this war. Yeah, with that nice little reminder. Yeah. I think bye-bye is the only thing left. Once again, thanks for dropping by, and yeah, I think everything else we can talk about tomorrow. That's the nice thing, actually. The weekend is coming, and we might actually find ourselves with some extra spare time. Like today, where I found myself some unplanned extra spare time, so, you know. Sometimes it just happens. Oh well. Sometimes you just take the risk, basically. But yeah,